I am back. I'll be back.
The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Just at one.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology.
There we go.
Real images, real stories,
See
real
who's around
videos,
today.
real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and
Who's there?
cutting-edge discoveries.
Yo.
Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
GUFON trolls. Yo. Who's out there, anybody? Apart from lurkers, spies, frauds. We know you live out there feeding back intel. You're such a funny lot in ufology. Let's see. I've just got to type out the side comments first and wait for people to join. Wasn't planning to do one today. Still yet to hear back from 18 Wills about doing a part 2. But I won't hold my breath on that. Let's see. So unfortunately, what happened there? I must have clicked the wrong thing. Let me just try that again. I must be clicking the wrong thing still. 1 over, is it? Yep, there we go. That's better. So today we've got a bit of drama to cover again, unfortunately. And some UFO topic on ISAC again. People making claims of things I said which I didn't. And I always research a topic to make sure the facts are correct. And the science is correct, as you know. You've joined me on live debunks before. That's what I was meant to do. Mute it. Mute my own microphone going into my headset, as it can be off-putting. So we're doing that today. And I'll just pin up my website to all the links. case you want to be on the right side of ufology, the real right side of ufology. And not the far right. Middle right. Where's my side chat disappeared to? There we go. I minimized it, that's right. Yeah. Still not seeing the regulars come, but I think some are up very late. Just want to check out this again. UFO jets. Still working. Now, if someone can catch a real object in the sky doing that, we're followed by jets, I think we'd have some smoking gun disclosure then. Either they have to come clean on Black Ops projects or emit the unknown craft from outside Earth. That would be really cool. Anyway, oh, I forgot to copy across my folder. Yeah. Probably need to access it today. So what happens when someone gets attacked? Generally you just document everything, so you got it in a folder just in case you need to refer back to it. A lot of people delete their comments or block you and your comments disappear off Twitter. In case it has to go to court, of course, it's always best to keep things you know how suey Americans are, and some of them think they can get away with stuff they do, but eventually it will catch up to them. So yeah, so probably, well, I logged in the other day expecting it to be a peaceful day and had like 250 notifications. Totally out of control on Twitter, and then I got another 250. So it just shows you how stuck in mindset people are with their hero worship of various UFO people on ufology, or ufology as you like to say. But yeah, so these are some of the snapshots I took with my replies, of course. So we'll start there, I guess. So yeah, they get a bit upset, and you know when they can't win an argument they block you, right? I wanted to give you the last word before I blocked your stupid shite. Like all shills and cowards in ufology. I think that Eric guy's a bit suspect too, if I remember right. Some of the stuff that he was promoting. All this Dr. Greer nonsense with light beings. The light beings don't exist, full stop, right? I've had my own experience and it matches up with quite a few people that reported stuff to ERT, right? But I only know general stuff, right? But my experience was a wee bit stranger, as you know, and still a mystery, and I'm still documenting things. I have managed to get some things on camera, but solid things, not light beings, although you could call it apparition a type of light being, I guess, but it's not really, they're not really light. They can be solid form apparitions, is what I've seen, and they can be semi-transparent too. But yeah, I've also been in the same room where I've seen it, but no one else can. So it's pretty complex paranormal science. As you know, scientists call it pseudoscience. But that's because they've not had the same experience to try and wrap it around their heads, right? So anyway, I did a debunk years ago. It feels like years ago, probably a good year ago anyway, of Dorothy Isaac, and of course a lot of the UFO, UFO Twitter crowd started attacking me because I pointed out the gullible GUFON talking about her, saying that he believes that this overexposed lines of light were actually ant people. And this shows you how programmed even some of the UFO channel hosters are out there, rather than being neutral and objective and actually prove it, what they're saying. If you're going to say these are ant people, you're going to have to prove it. Can't just take a still one frame and say that's ant people. You know, even Mojo's video that I analysed, you can see the creatures definitely move in their hands and their heads throughout the whole sequence that he didn't even try and capture properly. So he clearly didn't see what was going on in his own footage at the time, because you're looking at a little tiny screen, right? Handy cam. So yeah, he was trying to get all the lights in and zoom on the lights, and he didn't see until later that there was movement. I believe him. You know, a debunker, truth, as you want to call me, but really I'm a truther. I tried to keep it balanced and just follow the evidence and what I could pull out the video using my skills. Because I've done a lot of self-training, reading, technical papers, and understanding technology of what's in cameras, down to the circuits. So a bit like Mick West does as well. But as you know, Mick West has not had any personal experiences, and he only got into the field to counteract claims rather than try and seek answers like I am. That's why I spend thousands of dollars on equipment. Again, I've been told that I've never skywatched. But you know the truth on that, people, because you follow me, and I bring you only the best evidence. I don't have to bring you hours and hours of ghost footage and that sort of stuff, right? Although people would watch it, guarantee it, everybody be watching it and then they re-watch it, see if they can see anything I miss, which is good, that people would like to do that, but yeah, you can't do it on live shows. Hey, One Life Man, so someone has shown up. Do you think ghosts are aliens? That's a good question. It's a complicated question too. Start off with an easy question. In my past lives, I have tried to reconcile the information I have captured and seen with my own eyes, but never had the cameras at the time. I think it's like my multiverse theory, that there are connection points to other universes or even worlds. There may be overlaid of universes but have exactly the same planets in it, right? Which might be a bit hard to comprehend, but each of the planets and universes are at different times. And this is where the time traveling bit can coexist. in reality rather than theories like space-time. It makes more sense that you'd have multiple universes where creatures can come from their own planets. So you might have breakthroughs from, like, what is that, the Dino Beaver. So you might have a multiverse where the Earth is a billion year old and you got Dino Beavers, and that sort of can come through a portal, but something whips them back into their own universe. Maybe they're sort of tethered, but like people talk about being tethered with their soul. Although that's yet to be proven, even though I've had an out-of-body experience where it felt like that. Since age of 13, before the internet and before books and lots of books on this type of subject, where I was snapped back into a body and I sort of leapt up in bed like you're being electrically shocked. But I was full aware and I could feel the ceiling and twisted around, and then I got suddenly got shocked by what I was seeing, and next minute I was sat back into the body, and I never wanted to go back to sleep after that. I was scared it was going to happen, and I didn't have any information about what was going on. I thought I was losing my mind back then, but then I started listening to Art Bell, was it? And he had some people on talking about out of body. And also I had some magazines that also talked about out of body and floating above the bed before Art Bell, and over time I sort of thought maybe there's some truth in it and real science to it. So yeah, how does it happen? I don't know, but for sure there could be multiverses where we're actually billions a year older and we've become the Greys or the Tall Whites, say, and do visit back, and maybe they visit back key people that created the right influence in the world, which could be a YouTube channel, could be someone on mainstream media, it could be a documentary person, where they need that guy to keep on influencing the right minds in the right direction to be able to keep the future path of our world going in the right direction, rather than what happened in their world, because obviously it follows Mother Nature probably is throughout multiverses and can coexist with the same DNA and have slight variations in it. That's why people saying they won't look like us, but the fact is Mother Nature follows mathematical rules and chemicals, right? So they will look like us. Even if they're slightly different, right? And insects could be, rather than being insects, they might have internal skeletons like us, and that's what alien greys might be. They might be type of insect humanoid, because their DNA evolved different, where they didn't have a shell on the outside. What's the name for it? The technical science name for it, I can't remember. Endoskeleton, and what's the other one? Whatever. But anyway, I wasn't going to talk about that. We can talk about theories and what aliens are. But I used to believe that maybe there was like entities that come through portals from another dimension rather than a universe. But it makes sense that the universe is connected by a dimension, how they can travel in and out. So there has to be a one dimension more than where currently physically can see it, right? An energy level dimension, so they can break through and travel like a wormhole back and forth. And it might be totally random, and maybe some of the generations figured out how to keep it open and activate it. Military use. Probably the same mentality that we have on this planet about grabbing resources and being selfish exists throughout multi-universes as well, right? It's all good stuff, and good make good sci-fis, but yeah, we just don't have any movie writers that think like us, I guess, where they can create a really good script and don't have to have any wokeness in it that ruins it. Yeah, and everybody, you know, anyone can act then as well, because you could then wear latex suits and it doesn't matter what you look like, or as long as you speak English, of course, or whatever. But anyway, better get on to this attack business. So I snapshot some of the side notifications at the time. Some of them are good, some of them bad. And we've got some video clips to play. So, you know, you get comments like this. We know what debunkers think. So I'm classed as a debunker, when I'm actually a truther. And there's a big difference. I've talked about the flowchart before. I don't know if I still got it. Probably have. Let's see. Well, maybe I'll bring it up another time. But I did a vendor graph showing debunkers over here and believers over here, and in between was the truthers. So they believe a wee bit and they debunk a wee bit, and the truthers is where you want to be, where you sort of have that balance. And then you head up here the frauds, right? And there's 4 circles I drew. And who cares? Who cares what the debunkers say? Well, everybody should care what debunkers have to say, because they might be correct, or they might be partially correct. Even if they're completely wrong, we should still listen to them. Like we already don't know. Looks like I may have scaled it up too much, is it? Don't have much science to use right at the moment. Well, we have plenty of science at the moment, and camera technology is changing pretty much on a monthly basis. So new evidence is going to come to light eventually. And yeah, what else? You get people that sort of click like on other people. You know, it's like an echo chamber. So we'll just go through that. Oh, I shut down the page, didn't I? So that was that one. What was the next one? Another like. Ancient NAN. It's not GAN, as I was talking about the other day, about power supplies, PDs. You debunk it on UFO Twitter, so this isn't... A lot of the comments I don't get to see if some of them block me and they tag me together. This is how stupid Twitter is. It still should show you the comments. And you don't realise until someone's liked someone that's not blocked, that you get a like, and then you realise there's a comment like this posted that you didn't see. So apparently no one could debunk Dorothy Isaac, right? Including the effects artists. But the problem is, we've already gone through this before with the UFO leaving a contrail, right? You had like a big panel of 10 scientists, military men that said it was a UFO when it clearly was. And it took a brain of a Mick West to prove it 3-dimensionally using the right tools, that it was long-range radar that they didn't even look at, and lined up completely with an airplane, and of course the shape of it fit heat from engines, the so-called figure 8 type effect, right? Batman, some call it. no issues at all if these Twitter genius were real. Well, I'm pretty real, and I'm always gaining knowledge and doing research instead of just following a crowd like a cult, right? These people are like cultists. Now let's just go on to the next one. Replicate it then. Wow, like I've got a 1980s and later film lying around the house. Unfortunately, I can only read technical specs and visualize it in my head, right? And then it's limited because you're not going to get all the blueprints of how Kodak or whatever developed that camera. Because it's company secrets, really. You're not going to share your intellectual property, are you? So I'll answer all these guys eventually, because it took hours to go through all of them. Because I try and give everybody time, but as you know, it can drive you a bit crazy. Okay, so what we got here? Oh, wrong zoom, sorry. Should be using that one. Okay, so there I found the original comment further down. No one else could. Well, unfortunately, they could, and I will prove that today. Although, I don't think they had the full answer, but with my extra information combined with theirs, I think we've got a solid proof of how it was done. How people I either embellish what they first saw because they like the attention, or they don't realize that they're creating it, and they're so wrapped up with their wanting to believe, you know. That can also happen, but we know that people do embellish it, that, like that woman that floated out of the high rise. What was it called? The Brooklyn Bridge case. And Bob Hopkins got really involved with her, and almost, I think, maybe even caused the problem with the marriage. But I think we covered it pretty well with Robert in our, what was it? Robert Talks UFO cases, right? If you've not seen it, where his Bob Hopkins, I think it was Bob Hopkins, was it? Bud Hopkins. Keep thinking Bud Hopkins. Wife come out after. That's when you get all the dirt. Like you did with Billy Meyer, right? Anyway, we'll just carry on to the next one. So we'll start with the boring stuff and we dive into the more interesting stuff, but it needs to be talked about. So his comment comes up later. I don't actually find this comment for quite a few snaps yet, but you can see they're liking and retweeting someone claiming that they stood next to Dorothy Isaac and she filmed, but they didn't actually see the same things as the camera saw, and what she was claiming to see, they never saw it. Which I covered in my debunk of it all, right? So I'm just going to talk about that, because if you're part of being so friendly with someone that you're meant to be investigating, you're going to get handled. They're going to con you. We've seen that with URI GELLER, if you might remember, handled Hal Puthoff and a few other people. And there's still people today that still think he's legit, which is just very sad to think so when you got someone like Great Randy that figured it out and replicates it. Anyway, on to the next one. The comments get more interesting as we go. Here's the GUFON, and this is the Mr. Slander himself. And also threatening me. Truth wins in the end, guys. And when frauds are exposed, that's what they do. They name call, they shame, they make lies up, they twist the facts around. And this guy's an expert at it. And he's a mouthpiece for his employers. Third phase, right? They never put this stuff on their channel because they know it doesn't create subs. That's because they want to be the nice guys all the time. This is what's typical with Tyler Clotner too, right? So he said here, the only thing you debunked is when you try to get 2 Big Macs and a 20 PC, whatever it is, but then realized everything was fake. So I'm not sure what that actually means. I think that's like trying to fat shame again. Character assassinate rather than attack my actual analysis and information. But he doesn't watch my shows, right? He doesn't watch my debunks. He just cherry picks things, takes things out of context, and tells lies of what I said. So we'll be going over that because it needs to be addressed. And the real facts shown. The meat, the cheese, and the lettuce to all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles. So I'm not sure if this guy's on weed too much, but his logic and debating and commenting makes no sense whatsoever. Wasn't real food, but you ate it. 4k calories. So he's the one that eats Taco Bells, is it? The Mexican sloppy mince, probably ground up 3,000 cattle. And he's saying that I eat Big Macs. Well, I'll probably have Big Mac McDonald's like once a year. I do like McChicken though, but in New Zealand the McChicken that's sourced locally. We know that our food supply is a lot better than anything in America. At least it's safer, and the chickens are treated well over here. The free-range eggs are really, really nice. Really. Well, it's hard to explain it, but really creamy. But yeah, you can see that was a personal attack because I said he's wrong about Isaac. Rather than attacking the information, he's attacking the person. You are so effing stupid. Okay. It's amazing. See, everybody knows you're batshit crazy, do they? I don't think that is the case, because if people don't watch me live, they certainly watch me after hours. It could easily go up to, even up to, let's see, 600, 700 views after, which is the same as 1,000 views, almost. With my small number of 2,000 fans. Hey, 18 Wheels, how's it going? So we got some drama to cover today, rather than in some UFO stuff at the end, maybe. Good you could join us on the road, I hope, and keeping your eyes on the road and not on the YouTube. But I'll read out as much as I can. You know that I have bad eyes, so I do make a mistake here and there of what the word was. Yep, but we're still working on that. Health problem with the immune system. So apparently I'm effing stupid. Everyone knows you're batshit crazy, stupid. So what do they know about him then? Oh, his cult. He's part of the cult, right? That's why no one comments on your Twitter posts. Maybe they're too scared, I don't know. But people should be asking questions and posting their views in the comments on stuff I cover. but maybe I cover it so well they don't have to ask questions, right? So yeah, or they don't really need to post anything. I don't need to have constant ego patting on the back with people commenting, do I? But it's nice to hear a good, kind word occasionally through all this hate that I get. And it's all wrongful hate as well. You are so stupid. He said that 3 times now, so is he the stupid one? Not worth anyone's free time to try to explain anything to you. Yeah. I'm not sure why he would say that. Because people have explained lots of things to me. When I first left school, I went straight to looking after multi-million-dollar machines called mainframes, and I knew nothing about them. And of course, I was only shown once, and you have to learn it once. So you have to have keen visual memory as well as listening, hearing memory. So I trained up to be fast learner, and I asked for the manual. When I walked into my first job on this mainframe, I said, look, can I have the manuals? Oh, I'm not sure if we got manuals. And they went over they looked around all the drawers. I couldn't find manuals for the mainframe. It was IBM 370, was it? It's a few years ago now. And they found it inside the computer room. It's like a big, huge, noisy room that's sort of heated at 20 degrees Celsius room temperature, and reel to reel like you see on the goodies and shows like that, the old 1950s stuff, and big, huge hard drives that only stored like 100 megabytes. Hard drives as big as my table here. And yeah, that was the fun days. But so I got quite physically fit. I was quite strong. I used to carry up probably 100 kgs upstairs every hour, because part of my job was splitting off the printers, as well as queuing up the jobs on the mainframe to process accounting, as well as print out checks for millions of dollars. And yeah, and I was only like was it 18 at the time? Something like that. And I had to pick it all up. So yeah, this manual, they finally find the manual on the door. It's all dusty. Looks brand new. No one's bothered even looking at it. And he says, no one's ever bothered asking for the manuals before. Everybody's been trained by word of mouth to each other. So I read the manual, and then I left, and he said, oh, did you get anything from the manual? I said, yeah, I think so. It's got all these various dot commands. So it went .a, .i, .p, .s, and you could type .i for index and .p for printer to send stuff to the printer. You could type .p and give it a job name, and then you suck in the cards on the card reader. So I actually understood quite a lot from the manual. And I said, what was it now? Do you know about the .a command? And he says, oh, I've never ever tried .a before. I said, oh, it gives you an appendix of all the commands. And so he goes over to the console and types it in and says, wow, I didn't even know that. So I quit in the first few hours of that day on the job. They were quite impressed with what I was able to achieve. Why is GUFON wrote about what you do? Exactly, 18-wheelers. I'm such a small channel that only one person like yourself watches. Your case in point, how many people have we got on the site at the moment? 2 people, one life man and yourself. He says only 3 people ever watch me, and he's quite proud of that. But before, you haven't been around for the history of GUFON. Back a couple of years ago, 3 is it? he was talking about Mylar balloons, and they had a limited height of 3,000 feet, and I knew that was wrong because I had read technical experiments by scientists that tested the technology not too long ago, and they measured it at what was it, 26,000 feet, which is quite a big difference, right? So I printed off various science papers, including experiments with latex. And of course, weather balloons are latex, and I was saying he's wrong here. He's now changed it to 7,500 feet, and then he did another live show. Now he's changed it to 10,000 feet, but he always maintained that Mylar balloons could never make it to airplane height. And then he kept on saying, unless it's 2 stories big, but yeah, weather balloons are not 2 stories big. High altitude balloons are. That go up to the edge of space, but weather balloons only go up to 115,000 feet, I think is their maximum range before the fabric gives way, going by memory. But I printed all that off. I even had screen snapshots off, and he was blabbing to his fans saying, well, that's not the weather balloons. And it was. They start off with 7 feet and they expand to 32 feet. So that's quite big, It's like more than 4 times the size. But yeah, why should you worry about a small channel? That's a good question. Beats me. But this proves to me that small channel is actually talking real truth, right? And that worries them, because if other people come over and listen to that one episode, it might just wake them up and change their minds of who they're following, which has happened with my Tyler Klopner debunks, Secureteam 10, where I've shown 100% that he was faking not just one but many UFO stuff with hard evidence, where there was signatures of his voice print. And you can't back then there was no such thing as deep fakes, and even nowadays people are limited to access that without paying big money and signing contracts. There is some half-baked stuff out there, open source maybe, but takes a lot of samples, even so, with no background noises, to duplicate someone's voice, so it's not noticeable. Unless a lot of the frauds got their hands on some early releases, demos, and they created a fake one of a CEO calling from an elevator, so they covered up some of the poor samples with elevator noise and managed to con a secretary to transfer money. Sounds a bit like what you get in email, doesn't it? Oh, you've won a prize, but you're going to have to pay $20,000 to be able to get it transferred to your bank account. Anyway, back to the comments. It's not worth anyone's free time to try to explain anything to you. You lack education. Education. I've literally got a lid of a photocopy box full of all qualifications I've got. I don't talk about everything I've got in my past. I've even got a certificate there for what was it? CPR from school. I got lots of qualifications, and I was like one of the highest people in the class. I hang out with really high IQ people, and you don't get to teach in universities if you're an idiot, right? If you're stupid, especially in the technical field. So it's just amazing what this guy is claiming, and he's telling everybody this. I've even done episodes showing my references, some of the top references I've got for people that were amazed of my I don't know, fire shooting capabilities. They're amazed by how I was able to look at a problem and pretty much have it solved in 5 minutes, when they had like a team. It's like a team of debunkers or a team of researchers could never solve the problem, and I'd take 5 minutes and do a couple of things on the computer and have it up and running for them on a LAN. That's how much people loved me, and because they're just the first day that I went there was like on a 1 day, what do you call it, partial job. I just finished my second degree, and none of the stuff that they taught me was what I knew. I knew the other stuff from reading books, and I hadn't even experimented on a live system yet. But I had it all in my mind, and I had a little notebook with things written down just in case. And pretty much in the first half an hour, people were saying, "Oh no, don't let him on our system. He'll make it ruin. He'll ruin it. We can't afford that. We need it for teaching. Blah blah blah." And I said, "Well, if I do anything wrong, you can always roll it back to the backups, can't you?" I said, "Won't you give me a chance?" And he was cursing and swearing at something. He was looking at some code on his computer, right? He was cursing and swearing, and says, this guy teached C++. He said, "I just can't get this batch file working, so it runs up the package for the students." I said, "Okay, explain it to me, and what errors you're getting." And he did, and I said, "I think I know what the problem is." And I sat down and I said, "What's your username?" Blah blah blah, and I put in a few commands to change attributes on his account. I said, "Try it now." Boom! It ran up within a few seconds. And you should have seen the look on his face. He said, "I've just wasted 3-4 hours on this today alone, as well as past days, and you solve it within a minute." And he was one of the guys that was talking to the boss that had hired me for the day. He ran downstairs and got hold of the boss and said, "Hire this guy immediately." And this is a true thing, true story. And he's still a friend, as far as I know, although he's gone out. He's left the university, gone out and set up his own business, and occasionally have bumped into him. But yeah, sure enough, a week later I was hired, because I was actually self-contracting at the time, and that was like a 1 day job where they wanted someone to install a package on the system and have it running for the students, and they didn't trust their current administration to do it. So there's a lot of politics in university, because back then they had a centralized computer help desk. They had no technical skills or in the stuff that I was doing. They meant to have, but yeah. So they had this other guy who was a lot older, and he wasn't really a computer person, running their local LAN, working with the central help desk, and he was going nowhere. And he was another good guy. He was American, and he was like 6.5 foot tall and a big guy, and we got on really well. And I said, "Look, you're really good on the hardware stuff. Stick with that, and let me deal with all the network and software. And I can show you stuff if you want to." But yeah, that sort of went from there, right? I've actually got pictures of me standing with most of these really clever people, but like Stanton Friedman has. But I would never put it up because I was a wee bit fat from university back then, because all we do is sit down and study and work in dark rooms trying to get hold of terminals to program, right? So I had actually put on a lot of weight, but it was not too long after that I got really sick, and at the time I didn't know it was a really crazy gallbladder I had. And of course I was starting to end up spending half the day in the university toilets vomiting and being really weak and all that. So yeah, that's another story altogether, how I managed to pretty much save my life from that point onwards. Anyway, and I'm still here and I'm still fighting. But with new health problems, of course. So where do we get to? It's not lit up. Why is it not lit up now? Was that the one? Oh yeah. Next one. Alright, more GUFON comments. Yay! Why is it not zooming in? The CPU was peaking. Well, yeah. Look, it's like courses for courses, you know. There's people like me that needed to teach others as well as do the complicated tech and stuff, right? That other people just can't get their heads around. And GUFON is one of these people that can't even get his streams right, so he's got to hire third-party people to stream his stuff, right? He's got a lot of helpers making emanations and stuff for him. Well, I've had to do that all myself, and it's best to do yourself too. You might not be very good at it, but you always learn it and you always get better in the process, right? It's like I probably couldn't be a truck driver, right? Because I don't know, I just couldn't have that dedication of sitting there and driving for hours on end and all the crazy people on the road that you have to watch out for. So I have a lot of praise for truck drivers because and crane drivers and all that, because they do stuff that I'm not really good at, and I do stuff that they're not good at. So yeah, you know, I get on with a lot of people down the dog park, and a lot of them are truck drivers and secretaries and all that sort of stuff. And I haven't been down there since the lockdown sort of business happened, but maybe this summer I can improve my health and get back down there again. But anyway, back onto the other comments. See, the more I talk, the more you get to know me. You'll see that I'm a real person. By the way, if you keep using my videos and talk shite about me, I will take action. Okay, so this guy straight away has said that he would never strike anybody because there's a written contract between creators. Rule number 1 is that you don't strike each other. That you honour fair use and you show example to corporations like Hollywood that you should be able to use as much material as you want, as long as you don't ruin the plot, and clips to address with commentary and reviews and transformative works as well. You can even use it in parodies, right? Parodies is the unspoken word. And I know GUFON tries to turn everything he says into a parody, so it sort of excludes them from copyright, but it doesn't stop people putting copyright on you. You have to prove it, and Google won't help you. You have to take it to court. And the lawyers like that because they pocket all that money. So yeah, I don't think I'm talking shite about GUFON. He was doing UFO debunks and all over the place, and I was correcting what he was saying, and I was showing you that it goes from one extreme to the other, saying, oh, it's a fly, and then saying it's a UFO. Oh, no, I think it's a UFO. Without any analysis in between, right? It goes from one statement to another. And, yeah. What can you do when someone threatens you like that, you know? And so I answered that as well. Got to remember, the only thing I called him was an idiot. I didn't call him names, like he was saying there. I wasn't fat shaming him. I wasn't calling him uneducated and other things. But I have mentioned that he lied about his qualifications, and that's the only time I brought up his education was in the movie that I made about him. And he was saying, show us your qualifications. Well, I have done. I've shown my main ones. I haven't shown the whole box of, I just got lots of two big folders with clear leaves in it. I had to make a really small one when I go to interviews, but I haven't been to interviews for a while now because my eyesight doesn't allow me to do computer work anymore. And that's why at home I can still do it, because I can use all the tools and magnifications and stuff until I get the cataracts in the left eye. It'll probably be like an eagle eye, that one. The right eye has got some diabetic damage, which repaired itself. But it's the immune system that's attacking the nerve in the eye, which is making debris. And it's like having a cloud in your eye, right? So you're always looking through net curtains or through fog. Some days you get the black floaters and the spider webs, as I call it, floating through in your eyes. So having immune pills while there's COVID on, it's kind of a bit scary, I think, but let's see how it goes. Truck driving, you constantly have to be aware of your surroundings. Yep, and you certainly would. More so than a pilot. Anything at time can jump out in front of you, including a Bigfoot or a UFO or alien. Yes, that's very true. And of course you got dangerous goods and other people's lives to worry about, right? I'd say it'd be a bit more dangerous than a pilot. I suppose the dangerous part is landing and taking off initially for planes, right? And generally it's okay after that. Yes, it's very stressful. My job was very stressful. It was like 70-hour weeks. And there wasn't very much pay in it as a university guy. And it wasn't until I started tutoring. So I was running their IT LAN for quite a while. And for some reason, they wanted me to teach as well. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I did one-on-one teaching with staff, and they saw I had potential to stand up in class. Even though I had a wee bit of trouble with lingo, English. Yeah. They knew I was smart because, like I said, in the first day on the job, I solved a problem that they had for months within a few seconds, because I understood. I had done a lot of technical reading. I understood stuff in my head. But yeah, I understand that trucks are getting easier to drive now. They're automatic, no 18 gears and all that sort of stuff. But still, it's a highly paid job, isn't it? And it should be, because really, without the truck drivers, there'd be no supplies until we have real UFOs hovering around. But I think really they should do blimps. You could be a blimp driver instead. That would probably be a lot of fun, and you better catch better UFOs and traveling around with the cargo inside. which gets delivered by drones. That would be amazing. But that's what the future probably is going to be like. Because they now know helium is very safe, and although it may not lift up as much as hydrogen, they can build these things quite incredibly big now, and have the materials on the outside as well as inside to make them very strong. And electric motors, which are a lot less than diesel and all that sort of shit. Okay, so he's going on about Dorothy Isaac here, which I have got. He did actually do a trash video on it later that day. You are not smarter than me, this I know for certain. So if he watched all my debunks on him, he still thinks he's smarter than me. He clearly hasn't watched a damn thing. People that come here troll, haters, his cult followers, come here and feed him information on a constantly basis. It's hilarious, really. But I keep an eye on what he's saying, because he's part of the misinformation now. He's part of, he's employed by third phase of the moon after all. He's part of the disinformation now. He's going around saying all these people are disinformation when he's one himself, and he doesn't even see it. He's not even properly watched my debunks on third phase hoax and stuff, and he would never believe my analysis anyway, even though later on I did actually prove some of it, because they were outside filming and they had exactly what I said. They were using glass around a balcony. But anyway, next comment. This I know for certain, Dorothy Isaac has the best evidence in the world. No, she doesn't. She has the best long exposure evidence. And she took a picture of a Bigfoot, which I analysed, and it was a reflection of her sitting in a chair that she had. Was it Stanton Freeman sitting in it? A special type of chair. It sort of matched up with the reflection in the window, and her hair sort of made her look like a Bigfoot. I don't know how anyone can believe bullshit like that, but they do. And it's relating to another film that she took, which was totally not related at all. You mean to tell me a 50-something-year-old grandma fouled all this? Well, we know there's a lot of mediums that are older than 50 that still do cold reading and try and trick people. We know magicians like what's his name? David, what's his name? Copperfield. And you got Darren Brown. They've done some really... Darren Brown does some amazing stuff, like levitating tables, like the mediums were doing, and brainwashing people within about 5 minutes, just talking to them and just clicking his fingers in the right place in the visual NLP, as we call it. And they can't remember the names, and they can't remember where they were going to. It's quite amazing just to watch this guy at work. So, yeah, could the old grandma of 50 also have a few tricks up her sleeve? Sure she could. And if you want attention, and we know there's a lot of people that he's attacked. What was that girl's name that claimed to go into a tunnel in Arizona and talk to aliens? Now, he's attacked her for being a fake. Yep, but a 50-year-old grandma can't be a fake. You see the double standards we have in ufology here, in hypocrites. The automatic trucks are no good in the snow. Well, we don't actually get much snow in New Zealand, I guess. But, yeah. I suppose everything has its limitations, right? Like, do you think electric trucks will be any good in the mining industry? I don't think so. Biden kind of thinks that everything can be electric, right? Which is nonsense. Diesel is the workhorse. I'm not sure even how you're going to get ships working on electric only. We're far away from it still. Oil, the oil crisis was meant to happen 50 years ago. I grew up with all the so-called oil crisis and doomsday prediction of ice ages, and that never ever happened. So it's all bullshit, and that is on the news and all the propaganda. On to the next one. Okay, so this is the guy. My CPU is not going to give it to me. Okay. This is the guy that I asked for an interview, and he said he wasn't a technical person and didn't have even a smartphone to be able to install the app to talk to me. Although he could have called me with a PIN number one and tried that, but maybe it's not working since I've been modifying the code currently, but I knew it was working back when I invited him on. But he's the big defender of Dorothy Isaac, and I'm just saying that he was handled by her, and she handled a lot of the people that went to see her, like Hynek and Stanton Freeman, because they're not experts in magic, illusion, and electronics. You have to have varied skills in ufology to be able to see where someone's trying to trick you. And of course, none of them were video analysis experts either. Certainly not cad-cam. But back in 1980s, they certainly wouldn't have been film and camera experts. Stanton Freeman certainly wasn't. He was a good speaker, and he researched things, but he researched particular things. He didn't research cameras, he didn't research electronics, he didn't analyze videos, you know. He had his certain niche. Same with Hynek. Hynek was a scientist. He wouldn't know how to do any video analysis. He wouldn't know much about films and cameras, but he could possibly read up the technical specs like myself. But I don't think he was friends with the great Randy or other magic type minds, illusionists, to be able to understand how people can see things or even fool people. Hand tricks and stuff, you know. So I got a mate that used to do the magic back at university, and he used to do stuff and sort of amazed me at first, but then it was me trying to figure out how it worked, and I would actually get quite a few of them right. But yeah, he got in with the magic crowd and saw a lot of secret information on how to do illusions and tricks. He's also got an IQ of about 180, well, 160. I think when he does the online ones, he gets about 140, and only about 1 or 2% in the world have IQs that high. Me, I was sitting around about 120, even that's fairly high. But yeah, I can range between 100 and 120 depending on the type of IQ tests. But yeah, again, it's horses for courses, right? Someone might be good on maths, someone might be good on visualization of 3D objects. But really, you need to be the jack of all trades, right? When you see a UFO in the sky, you've got to be able to visualize it three-dimensionally. Anyway, this guy defends Isaac, which I was actually going to copy cover maybe in the last half, but we can just go through it now. What am I doing? I need to do that soon. Please use a 70s version 8mm camera and reproduce a single frame photos. Now I don't have to do that, although I would do if I had the money and the technology laying on this, right? You know me, you've seen my reviews of electronics I buy and the problems I find, and then I do a review and counterclaim AliExpress admins saying that I want a partial refund on this cable because it's only partially working, which I did actually win, by the way. That video I put up about PD power, I've actually got half my money back on those cables. Because I can still use it with my adapters and things, but you'd have to watch that episode to see what I mean. And of course, I didn't know anything about PD power supplies until a month ago. I heard about them, and I was buying power supplies. Then I read about PD supplies, and I thought, damn it, I wish I didn't buy these other power supplies now, because PD can get up to 5 amps, the same as the other power supplies, and you can customize the voltage on them. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that. So he's saying here, Dorothy produced, I believe you'll find, as did several of our fellow researchers, that reproducing the effort is not possible if you are able to duplicate it and capture images such as what Dorothy did. Wow. Well, I just did a search the other day and found someone that actually had a single frame up from one of these cameras that does repairing on the cameras. So we'll be going over that in a minute. So yeah, why do I need to do it? I just don't need to. But what I can do is I can add to their stuff to say how she was doing it on other cameras. But anyway, we'll just go over that soon. Stood beside Dorothy, so this was the comment of finally we found it. I sat as she filmed anomalies and watched as she asked Solidcraft to appear. So did he actually see Solidcraft? Did he actually film them? No, because if he had, he would have put up an image of it here saying, oh, this is what we were watching. For what's it's worth, those of us who have been working to debunk Dorothy Isaac since she appeared on our Titans show, so that seems to me like there's a conflict of interest here. How can you be impartial when she's on your show regularly and you're hanging around with her? In the mid-1990s, have been unable to find fault. So that tells me he's not really clued up on cameras then. Everyone knows about how to make special effects with long exposures. Just ask Dr. Greer with his light beams that he's been faking, which again I have proven beyond doubt how they were produced, because I reversed the images, right? I uncorrupted them and showed it was a person or a Joshua tree. So these people don't watch me, they don't understand me, and they think a debunker is a debunker and think they have no answers, but it's not true. So again, he's repeated here, he stood next to her. And that's not what you need to do. You don't need to stand right next to her. You need to observe her, like I did, and when she was being filming something. I saw how she was holding the camera, where she was standing, and all that sort of stuff, and the body language. And because I've watched a lot of sites things about what I said was happening with body static, and some people can actually hold live wires, AC wires, and it won't shock them. I don't know if anyone out there have been shocked by AC, but it gives you a big hit. Houses don't have fuses anymore, they have cutout switches, so any leakage to ground within a few microseconds, it cuts the power just as well, because when you get shocked, you can't control your muscles, and you either end up locked, hand grip locked on the live wire. But anyway, we're not going to talk too much about that. She filmed the anomalous, watched as she asked a solid question. Isn't it a repeat of the same comment? Oh, right. Let's just carry on. Was there anything I missed there? Cited show. Alright, okay. So if you ever watch Darren Brown, he actually handles people. You know, he touches them in places and flashes their hand above their eyes, and he can hypnotize some people on the fly. Who knows? She might be a mentalist, like a Darren Brown. I never met her, so I can't analyse her directly, of course. And she's dead now. Is that another comment from GUFON? Here we go, another insult. You talking any sit cream for your acne? Now he's talking about the photo on my main page where I have a little spot underneath my nose. I think it was a razor cut, and it sort of got infected. But anyway, a bit of Dettol on it daily, it cleared up. I don't have that anymore. And I certainly don't get sits, as Americans call it. We call it acne and spots. Sits, we don't really use the word, but I suppose it sort of has drifted over into New Zealand lingo. And not even I watch you defame me. So when you expose a fraud, that's defaming apparently. But I back it up with obviously clips and things that were said and facts, right? But he goes on and blabs on and doesn't show any actual evidence. And if he has, he's taken it out of context, where after it was the main part to what I was saying. So last time, did I defame him? I said he was lying and misleading people about a UFO sighting, saying at 1 minute it's an insect and the next minute saying, oh, wouldn't it be good if it's actually a UFO? Actually, I think it is a UFO now. Okay. Yeah, we're allowed to change our mind, of course, but in one complete paragraph, in a couple of minutes, go from one thing to another without actually doing what I do, is where I enhance it on the screen and look at it again and play it back again and do slow motion, and then, okay, I change my mind on that now. That's what I do, but I don't start off saying, oh, it could be lead balloon, it could be an insect, it could be a drone, or a UFO, and then in the next sentence say, yeah, not do any analysis, right? Then change my mind again and say, oh yeah, it does look like it could be a balloon. And because I always look at things, and then make a comment, look at things, and then sort of juggle up the list, right? Work by a list of possibles, and then move the one you think it is each time you re-look at some evidence or re-look at a different way, and then move up the other one on the top of the list, right? Because lights in the sky can be a bit difficult, you know, with flares, whether it's an LED balloon, or we haven't got the eyewitness account, we haven't got the date, time, and we haven't got any app information to rule out planes, you know, all that sort of stuff. I try to keep it balanced, right? And the next day there might be some more information that comes in, and then I update it. I always update things to say I was wrong, and now it does look like it is a LED balloon after all. And I will say that, yeah, a bit like I did with 18 Wheels. I said, yeah, I thought it was a flock of birds, and then eventually, after listening to his account and seeing what he claimed to have seen, and then I could see visually that it could be fitted to what I analysed, and then I changed my opinion on it, and then we looked at that footage again with slightly different filters that made it a wee bit clearer, because sometimes you don't get quite the right filter, as you know. It can be way too much overexposed and thicker, and then if you get one that's very less exposed and slightly different colour filtering applied, brings out the object from the background, you get a different perspective on the things that are moving, right? So you look for signatures, as I keep telling people, always look for the signatures, whether the lines are staying straight, whether it's bending slightly or flickering or flapping, like flapping wings and all that sort of stuff, right? So, hey Dan, how's it going? It's good to see you again. Hope you're alright. We'll try to watch the videos when I get time. I'm not sure how many you missed since you've been away. But you're going to be pretty busy. I've been really busy and can't spend time on YouTube. Okay. But you can use the chapters. I do chapters, and you can watch key parts that you're interested in, of course. You got to go again. Everybody's so busy, you see. I can't think of anybody else over 50 that sits home all day and makes fun of people online. I wish I had that much time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... I suppose you're talking about GUFON here, not me. I don't sit around making fun of people. I just expose the frauds and have a chuckle at what they're saying. And trying to reanalyze what they claim it is and see if they're right. Sometimes GUFON is correct. Sometimes he's totally so wrong. But then, why make up this opinion that someone isn't hoaxing when they haven't really looked into to what has been said by experts, you know, like a camera repairman? Surely his statement would hold more water than someone that's never actually opened up one of these cameras at all. And you know, you can observe how things work. You know, you can actually look up online, look at the blueprints, and actually see the electronic circuits and see that it, and because we've done a lot on NASA cameras, we know all the flaws that the NASA cameras had to deal with, and one of them was actually electrostatic problems, and they had to figure out ways to deal with it, which didn't always work, because that's why you get the blue flashes, right? So we know that if you get a spark in the camera, it's going to create light, which is going to end up on the negative. But in her case, I'm not sure if that actually happened. I think the lights on the film match up with what she was filming, mostly with outside light sources rather than internal light. Two math classes, physics. Yep. We all been through that, Dan, at school. You do your best you can. I think I got like B pluses and A minuses for maths and physics. I wasn't really that much into it because I was more into computer science at school, because there was no such thing as computers in school. It was like a hobby room where you had to book them after hours and use them, because we didn't have one at home. Eventually I got one at home, but that's another long story. But yeah, make sure once you get that out of the way and move on with life, because life gets in the way of the fun things. You know, you gotta earn money to live, and all that business. And yeah, through the journey of life, you meet people that can either influence you in a good way or influence you in a bad way. But if you can keep aiming for truth, always keep to the truth, find truth using science and listening to people, which is the key thing, right? Try not to always be the voice over people. Let people speak, and then you learn. It's the only way to learn. There's a lot of opinions out there, of course, and you either agree with them or you don't. That's up to you. Because we can let personal beliefs get in the way with facts and logic, right? And yeah, it's just all learning experience, right? Understanding people and dealing with people is a lifelong experience. They say that the human brain is more complex to any other primate because we have to handle socialness in the world on a daily basis. How to interact with family, how to interact with friends. And now we got the bigger world of friends, the internet, right? And of course, words, things get lost in translation, words, right? At least we got visuals now. And on the early days of the internet, it was only like send a photograph and lots of words, and you get into lots of debates and arguments over words, and they got the wrong end of the stick, right? Not even he watches me, you miserable piece of blubber. So again, fat shaming here. I haven't watched a video of yours in 2 years, which is a bit of a shame because I've done quite a lot of good stuff in the last 2 years, I think, which debunks stuff pretty solidly, as well as bring you real evidence and credible people in ufology that actually are doing what I'm trying to do. Gabba TV was talking to me last night, saying that he had figured out one of his videos being the International Space Station. At first we were arguing that didn't sound like a UFO to me, and the way it was moving sounded a bit like a balloon, but I hadn't actually seen the video. He was saying it went downwards and around the mountain. But yeah, he's finally found a application online and overlaid what he was looking at matches up exactly with the International Space Station flight path. So I said, oh, why don't you come on and talk about it tomorrow? After my bit. But I think he's a bit busy, a bit tired. He's analysing other videos and he's making videos. I said, look, you should make a video about how you thought it was a UFO and how eventually you found out it was actually debunked with the applications you're using, and put it up so people learn. So I think he was going to do that. But yeah, you got to remember, Countryman at first believed in a lot of different things, and I've shown him things, and so has Cambion shown him things, which has changed his total mindset now, and he's becoming better for it. He's still a sky watcher, he still believes, of course, he's had his own experiences, but at least he's now trying to debunk his own stuff properly, which is good. So, you know, this is why I'm here. I think I can influence people to be better sky watchers, and we might get disclosure then. But yeah, you've got to film himself filming, I think, or you got to have other cameras, multiple cameras on the same object at the same time. The only way you can do that is if you've got tripods fixed location. You might capture the same thing, especially if it's use a fisheye lens, especially. If you can't control it remotely. There's all sorts of things you can do to make ufology better instead of becoming part of the noise, right? Obviously, Skywatchers are going to get some things wrong, and Gabba TV has proven that with a couple of his videos now. How easy you can be fooled. Plus, you watch every one of mine. Yeah, I have to, because this guy trash talks things and misleads people with various videos which have been already solved. Namely, Dr. Learfooted is 100% debunked. What other ones? Dr. Greer's energy people, what do they call it now? Light people, have all been exposed. Which is again part of one of the fraud shells that Third Phase of the Moon promotes. And of course he defends him. That tells you something. You suck cockatoos. So yeah, it's pretty disgusted person really, isn't he? But just on to the next one. Is that the last one? I can't remember now. Yep. I can't see it highlighted here. It's very dim. Alright. Little pale blue colour. So, someone actually followed me through this argument on Twitter. Showing me they don't sort of go to my YouTube channel and sub to me though. So he liked, but they didn't make sure she wore gloves to stop static, or with her when she made some of the light streaks. Seal camera or new same model camera will leave the same static floor like those blur static UFOs on NASA film. So yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a brand new camera, if there's a flaw that can be exploited without opening it, then it's going to keep on being used. Now, some people have naturally high body static, and they can just move around and increase that static. Causes a random spark, which then causes the camera to lock. If you move the camera just slightly enough all the time, it may not be obvious, but when it stops, you're going to get the streaks, right? You've all seen it on digital cameras, but you can also get it on early film, right, as well. What else we got here? Retweeted. Wrong. I debunked her very solidly. If you know some electronics, tech, and magic, you can figure it out. She was using high body static to stall the camera. But you can actually get, those little finger sappers. You know how people shake hands and they sap you? Well, they're static, and they use a little battery in it, watch battery in it. So you can actually get pocket static generators. You can just touch it inside your pocket when no one's watching, or actually have it inside your hand. It's like a hand trick when you pick up the camera, and they won't even notice, and you can just trigger that static whenever you want to and sap the edge of the camera. So there are ways to do it, right? It would stall the camera enough. It doesn't have to be much. It could be 1/8 of a second, right? Long enough to wobble camera to make Greer faked light beams, right? Similar. That's what I said. What's high body static? So someone doesn't know what body static is. And it's the sort of thing you have to read in books and actually see video demonstrations. I'm not sure how many people have been sapped by touching a car door on a hot, dry day, but that static build-up, and they normally have like a rubber thing that drags onto the road which tries to reduce the static, which doesn't always work. Yeah, but I've been sapped by static a few times. It depends what you're wearing, what type of clothing you're wearing. And we're talking about thousands of volts like Tesla coil. but it's really low current, and it doesn't stop your heart, obviously, but it certainly gives your nerves a bit of a going. Was that one? Yep. Okay, so... Oh, that was that one. Okay, down to the next one. Hi buddy static guy again. And of course these are obviously going to be more replies to them now, which I've basically talked about it. Come on man, do the research. This proves why you people that are fans of her have no tech and science knowledge, and fire back over emotions and feeling dumb. You might have been conned and didn't see it. So when you get conned, you feel awful, don't you? Have you ever been tricked by someone? You feel awful that you didn't actually pick it up, and of course you get angry, saying no, that can't be true. It's the same reaction I get with Tyler fans when I show them my debunks of him faking with his voice interviews. And you can watch those by going to my home tab and going down to the playlist. So, Steve Long liked 2 of my tweets. Okay, so there are some people that do support me on Twitter, but they don't often reply. GUFON again, you have 0 experience as a UFO hunter. Is that why I ran a New Zealand Skywatch series on my YouTube channel? And of course I did a better job because I used the apps in real time on the same screen and recorded it as well as it goes to the memory card to recapture something really good. So we get it in high definition. And you use everybody else's info. Yeah, that's what you do when you do research. You look at other experts and scientists' claims, and you look for the connections or the correct route. Use everybody's info to make your own. Yeah, I guess I use everybody's knowledge for the better. I think he means if I use everybody else's videos, which is not true. I do debunk the garbage out there, which means you've got to use those videos under fair use to be able to analyse it, right? So he's talking about third phase here. You know, he doesn't like me debunking what they put up and talking garbage about something without doing any real research. When I can do real research on some of the stuff they put up and find the answer in about 5 minutes, right? What is this filmed off the coast of California? So I type it in there, California date. Oh, right, military have said it was them dropping flares, you know. When your friends told me about you and you mental history. I don't have a mental history. I think I've even said it on a live show once that the doctor once, they changed the medical forms that we could apply for me being on sickness benefit on the government payroll, so to speak. Bottom feeder, you know, I went from a really high paying hourly job, $65 an hour, down to 0 income. One of their ones was depression on the form. So is that a mental disease? He said, "Are you depressed?" I said, "Yes, shit, I am. I can't get a job with my eyes the way they are. Of course I'm depressed." So he's no sort of shrink or anything. He's just a regular doctor. So he tick it on the film, and of course that ends up being a mental problem, I guess. But I'm not like self-harming, going to stand in front of trains or go running around with a machine gun, am I? I'm not mental. So I'm not sure your mental history. I'm not sure where they got that information about mental history. I don't have any mental history. I've not been into Sunnyside, as they call it. Sanitarium, as the Americans call them. It's just slander right there. Friends told me about you. if he's talking about Charles, who for some reason had a bee in his bonnet when he was another co-host, his reaction and attack on me was totally unfounded and wrong. It's like some people snap for some reason, or maybe they were befriending me, but actually were hired by someone to try and bring me down. Is always what I'm thinking, is are they really friends online or not? Because there are a lot of haters out there, and we know that Tyler and other people pay off people. Like Third Face pays off GUFON to be their mouthpiece, and like Tyler paid his Nocturnal News to spy on me and other people. It happens. I know new crazy was the right word in describing you to my lawyer. Alright, so if he wants to bring lawyers in, I think I've got lots of slanderous claims that will bankrupt him for the rest of his life. So, yeah. Watch out. I think Cambion's got a few good ones on him too. As I said to Cambion, if we need to, we can team up if you want. So, who knows what could be the future of this guy. So, yeah, everything in that sentence was wrong. That I'm not a UFO hunter. That I'm uneducated. That I've got a mental problem, which I don't. I have an eyesight problem, which is manageable, and I also wouldn't be able to do the live show at all. And so I do sit at home, as 18-wheelers might say, that I do sit at home because I've got a bad back and bad eyes, but I still doing a job as far as I'm concerned. I'm doing a useful job here, educating people and helping out people the best I can. And it's a zero income, you know. I don't get money from it. And the donations I get don't even cover my yearly running costs. So, yeah. Unlike him, gets lots of money thrown at him. For what reason? For being a drama queen, hater, attacking everybody in ufology. Rather than attacking the correct people, he works with the wrong people and attacks the wrong people. But he does get some of the people right, and some of the people I've already debunked before he debunks them. And of course that upsets people that don't want to sub to you because you insulted their hero in ufology. Alright, so we got more GUFON. What was the last one? Whereabouts was I? Okay, it was that last one. Yeah, was it? Okay, what's that one? My reply to it, was it? Wrong Zoom again. I'm used to using that fun one. Okay, that was going back to this guy here, not to GUFON. So we already said that one. And let's go into GUFON, this one. Wrong again. Amazing how wrong you are. Have you watched my New Zealand Sky Watching series? My very first episode on this channel, 7 years ago now, was about a big light in the sky and how I debunked my own sightings 7 years ago. See, hasn't even watched my very first episode, which I thought was a UFO just hovering in the sky, because there was no stars, because it was overcast, and yet this bright light was the only light in the sky at the time, which was really strange. And it was there for hours, right? And there was no moon, and we couldn't see the moon either. At first I thought it was the moon. I thought, no, that can't be the moon. It's bigger than the moon. And I've never seen a light that big in the sky before. And of course I got out the apps and overlaid the sky and found it was Venus. And I thought, oh damn. I thought maybe I was going to have my first UFO sighting. And just stand there watching it until the end, right? And filming it to the end. Because I had smartphone back then. And a tablet. I actually had a tablet, I think, not a smartphone. I got the smartphone next. But yeah, I had the tablet with a fairly good camera on it for the time. And I also borrowed Mum's Samsung tablet to record, and hers was far superior, so I used her tablet to make the video of it. But yeah, it's pretty crappy. My first editing experience on YouTube. But still, it's a sighting I did. No, I wasn't talking about you. Yeah, I realise you went, but I'm just saying, just to make sure it's clear to people that may be watching it later. Hey, on to the next thing. GUFON again. You just can't leave me alone. He's attention seeker. You have zero experience as a UFO hunter. Okay, that's the one we answered before. And it's another comment I made. That's your problem. You need to watch and start learning real UFO analysis and how to do basic research. Now, I've got him saying he doesn't know how to research. I've actually got video clips of him saying that. Or he says I'm a useless on technology. He said that as well. Useless technology. Doesn't know how to use Google Maps. Still have to learn it. I've got him on all these video clips where he's admitting to all this stuff. And yet he's saying that I'm uneducated and stupid. And yeah. Your problem, you need to watch. I said how to do basic research and solve 99.9% of cases as bullshit. And he can't even debunk third phase, claiming that they have changed, which is total nonsense. Okay, on to the next. Gets better. We've got some videos coming up. So we got more from GUFON. Right, we've talked about this one before too. I must have duplicated some clips. Alright, there's an extra comment here. The only thing you debunked is when you tried to eat... Oh no, that's a Big Mac one. So yeah, that's an insult, isn't it? To slanderous claims as well. On to the next one. And that's my replies to GUFON again. Go away, you moron. You know, by then I've had enough of him. Who is shill now in ufology? So I'm saying he's a shill. And Big Fraud Channel's payroll. And on the big channel's payroll. Yeah, you can't prove me wrong because you don't know, even know basic electronics like I do. Mr. What is it? Mr. O, who character attacks cuz he can't debunk the message. What do I mean by Mr. O there? Well, you can put a word to it. I always been drug free, dude, and painkillers as well. Weed and all that shit you Americans think is safe. So I avoid all that. As I said, there's new research coming out about weed all the time, and it's not good for everybody. And now it's sort of legal in America. They can document these things now. So insulting is way off UFO Twitter, is it? So let's go into this Awakening Man, Eric guy, wasn't it? And Benjamin. If debunk your fan idiots. So insulting is the way of UFO Twitter, is it? If you debunk your fans. idiots, I said. There should be a comment there. And you can't prove counterclaims, just attack the character, not the message. That's what I've always said about these people on Twitter, especially and YouTube, is that they don't attack, find flaws in argument. They attack the character, calling you fat or whatever. And here we go. Here we answer in here. A lot more people, you can see. And obviously there's someone called Dorothy that looks after her account. She's not alive anymore. Still don't make me wrong, does it? Her video proved nothing real. Blurry images and window reflections and light smears from long exposure. Look back at the shells and medians of lifted tables, etc. Darren Brown has exposed their tricks. Maybe educate yourself. Uri fooled hell. Uri Geller fooled hell put off, right? And they still believe Uri Geller, right? Bending spoons and reading minds and moving things with his hands. Now, if you ever watch Great Randy, he actually would watch Uri Geller on one TV show, and then he'd suss out how he did it. Now, one, he had a lot of tubes on the table, and he said to the next guy to have him on, sellotape the tubes onto the table so they don't wobble. So what Uri Geller was doing, he's wobbling his hand slightly above the tubes to try and pick out which one's got the piece of paper on it. And by doing so, he was making a little draft with his hand moving over top, and he knew which ones were heavier, which one was heavier compared to the other ones, how they moved. And he knew that one had the bit of paper on it, right? What happened there? Something happened there where it changed. So yeah, what are you saying? Oh God, GUFON, why don't you tell everybody why you stopped skywatching? Exactly, he hasn't skywatched, has he? And he's got all that expensive gear too. There are more things out there now that you can possibly imagine. Plus he was given a P9000 by his other mate that attacks me, DB Cooper. I can't, okay, I'm answering back to that one, saying I can't as I don't have high static skin. Some people have extreme resistance to electricity. I have an uncle, no digital watch would work on his arm. He had to use wind-up ones, all plastic, but still it was no match for his static. I also need same camera, is what I said there. So I can only go by, again, reading technical specs and figuring out how a trick was done, if I believe it's fraud. Answering that Eric guy, I said, what an idiot, Eric. A Kiwi can't be a CIA. He was saying I was a CIA man. Unfortunately, I didn't get all the snapshots until when he blocked me. He was claiming I was working for the CIA and a disinformation agent. I have real experiences, and I have solid videos of things happening, like lights switching on and noises, etc., including a month-long leaking lump on my back where I woke up with a alien grey sticking needle in the back in the same location a month prior, right? Well, actually, it probably would have been a few months prior. I follow evidence and look for clues on people making crazy claims, saying you see things but no one else does. So I'm saying that I now believe that people can actually see things in their mind's eye, which is, activation part of the brain to do with the visual nerve endings and all that. I've seen it done with experiments with things put on people's heads, and I've shown it in past live streams too, although I got censored quite a bit on that episode. But no one else does, and I stuck 16mm. Yeah, so it's actually an 8mm, not 16mm roll on a single frame to fake light trails like Greer's hoax and parties do. So just watch and then. So here's the thing debunking light being that ends up being a cactus and low light. On to the next one. Oh, wrong zoom again. You got handled, I said to this Bigfoot guy, remember? Where is the solid video of solid craft? He hasn't got one. So we've been over that before. And then I've also been over that one before. I said they don't trust what debunkers say. And I said you should care, as they solve things like exposing Tyler or Secureteam faking stuff like fake interviews, CGI, etc. and third phase. That's why they should be watching, learning. Now we're almost to the end of this BS. Well, it needs to be addressed. If someone attacks you like this, and or people are all arguing or debating about a particular person not being a fraud, then you got to address it, haven't you? It's going to be ongoing. Maybe, but really, Dorothy Isaacs, she is interesting and harmless. So if you're harmless and interested in ufology, you should be trusted. Then you mentioned Bledsoe. I saw what he sees. Many of us have. So you saw plane lights in the distance like he did, right? That's what it basically have said here, probably. So did you use basic apps like Flight Radar or Heavens Above? I bet you didn't. Seeing lights in the sky like he did sometimes don't prove a thing other than it's someone pranking him or some hoaxing on his behalf, like what Greer does with flares and balloons I exposed Bledsoe to. Now Bledsoe put up a few still frames of a camera, and I said that's a known camera artifact due to firmware bug. One of the ones where you got a shadow person and it looked like someone in the frame. And I said it's two images, or partial image and a real image overlaid in the digital camera. Bit like Isaac in a way. But yeah, you can watch that live one because I have got a playlist on Bledsoe. And what else did I say? Here's the Dorothy initial investigation. My breakdown: new look and fresh look. First time looking at her. So I had no preconceived notion whether she was a hoax or not. I just watched her and what claims she was making, and then I saw things that stuck out to me. Like, okay, they reckon they can't debunk it, but look how she's holding the camera all the time, and that where she's holding is the battery compartment. All it takes is you need to interrupt the battery flow to the rollers or the motor, and it stops on the frame long enough to wobble that camera just a wee bit and create the streaks, right? And some of that stuff they didn't watch her when she was making it, so she could have paused it indefinitely and added whatever she wanted to it as well, by using a cover and whatnot, and and lights, of course. I said, from a balanced view and other observation, initial thoughts. If I felt she was legit, I would have said so. You know, which is basically what I do. If it's legit footage or hoaxed, I will say so. And if I think the person possibly did see that with his eyes and there is some evidence, I will say so. But yeah, saying that I'm trying to debunk it just for the hell of it. Because he's a nice lady. Nice ladies would never fake anything. Yeah. How about Hillary Clinton? Was she a nice lady? Why did she smash up her phones with a hammer if she wasn't guilty or something? Hey, back to this guy. Haven't had time to watch video completely. Now, this is always the problem with people that attack me. They never watch evidence. All I can say is that myself, Peter, blah blah, Dorothy, Isaac, and any of us involved in researching her 300,000 foot of 8mm film have made a penny by telling her story. Stanton Freeman, Alan Hynek, NASA, and many others have researched her work. Yeah, but as I said to that, not all experts and scientists are equal. And they didn't involve any magician or illusionist to see if there's any sleight of hand happening. And they didn't invite the great Randy along. I'm pretty sure the great Randy would have come up with the same facts that I did. He was a quite clever guy, and he was gay. Yes, I'm a gay hater. No, I'm not. I actually like the great Randy. He was excellent. But he was a wee bit of a Mick West, though. He thought everybody was faking or misidentified or misled on UFOs and water dowsing stuff. What do you call it? Dividing. Although I've played around with the water dividing myself, and I can't explain stuff that I found out where I believed it was detecting a water line. Turned out to be a pipe later on when we dug up the driveway. And there shouldn't have been a pipe there. Apparently the pipe was in a legal place. So that sort of changed my mind about whether it was mind to hand muscle thing. I think there is some truth that some people can create an electric field around them and it sort of become a metal detector. I think there's some real science in it, but I think there's a lot of people that sort of, like people in UFO field, believe everything they see in the sky is a UFO. I think it ends up being the same with the water dividing people. But you could not even do a interview on a live show, because this is going back to that Bigfoot guy. I don't hate him. I just wanted to give him a spot to have his own say about it all and try and prove me or convince me otherwise. But so far he hasn't done it, because he keeps sending me Isaac photos which are still count for the same effect. There's no solid craft in any of the images, not like 18 Wills has even done. Not solid lights moving through the sky or anything like that. And everybody hates dots in the sky, right? Especially it's very hard to see without using some video analysis and filtering. Of course, you didn't even own a basic laptop, let alone an iPad or Android tablet, yet you meant meant to be tech science expert who investigated her. So if you're going to investigate someone, you're going to have the skills, as far as I'm concerned. He said he does special effects for George Lucas and stuff, right? So I'd expect something better in evidence to prove that I'm wrong about her. do you even know what voltage is? And he said he's not a technical person. In another reply, I'm not sure if I got it here. He said he works on mechanical things. So he's a special fix with models or levers and stuff like that, I guess, rather than electronics. And he's only just now learning computers, he said. I think he's fairly in his older age, right? Well, and of course that's like my dad too, you know. He might know electronics, but he's hopeless with computers, and I have to maintain it and fix anything that he manages to damage, or some malware tries to damage or whatever. And goes through all his defenses. He keeps mucking around with the different things he installs for security, and yeah, he messes up the computer from time to time, and I have to try and suss it out. Again, you know, it gets tiring being a computer person. And of course, who was that blocked me? I tried to reply back to that woman there. You are in for a big surprise. So she wasn't even listening to me. Already have real greys visit me in tall whites, and I got some evidence. I'm not in for a big surprise. Well, actually, it was a bit of a mind-wrapping thing. But, yeah. I suppose it was a bit surprised, and I've become less skeptical because of the experiences, right? But it's the only way that a debunker will change, or someone that's skeptical. They're going to have their own experience where their science worldview can't explain away. And of course, the first thing you do is always consider some sort of mental problem. Could a brain tumor cause visual effects in the brain? But then why would it look like a tall white? Because I never believed in tall whites, right? I always thought the tall whites was a Billy Meyer bullshit claim until I saw tall whites, 3 of them, on different weeks, you know. And why? Of course, I explain all that in that live show I do about recapping my evidence so far. And of course, use the chapters if you want to jump into that evidence, because I do a lot of talking. Anyway, we got through those comments, and you can see why I can waste 3 hours interfacing with people, and it can get tiring. And Mick West probably gets tired of the attacks as well. And Mick West is up for a debate if you aren't being a jerk, and you can see how GUFON is a jerk. Attacks the evidence at the same time. He attacks your character and evidence at the same time, and wonder why people don't reply back to him. But anyway, back onto videos. And you can listen to what he has said about me here. Now, I don't think I come across as mental or culty in any way, or insulty in any way. I give, open to talk with anybody, but I don't want to promote a fraud, as you know. I don't want to give them more airtime if I can help it. But sometimes you have to bring up GUFON and have to give them some airtime and some attention, because it's the only way you can address the attacks on your character, as well as attacks on the stuff you have said, and try to counterclaim it, right? So yeah, we know who GUFON is talking about. Don't be coward and use our names and channel. He won't say our names and channel all the time when he's talking about me. I have never lied. I back up my claims with clips and facts. And of course you see me do that on live debunks with research, right? He don't want this he don't want his fans to check me and see how much he twists and lies to them. So this is what he said, guys. I'm not going to go to his site and play his episode because I already made little clips here. It's just good enough.
I was just bringing up is that we've got a lot of problems here in the field, and I'd like to see a lot of them gone.
A lot of problems in the field, and he's one of them. And the people that he's employed by.
On. It would be amazing. Just like they want me gone, I want them gone. But we are on.
So I've never ever said that I hate him, and I've always been balanced. I said he's not always wrong, and I've never ever said I want him gone. I believe everybody's entitled to free speech and honour free speech, and he's already threatened that he's going to try and silence me if I use his videos. Well, you can't do that and then go away and create these slanderous little videos talking about me after claiming that I can't go to his channel and use any of his content. I don't think that would hold up in court.
It's hard to imagine that this narrative, the truth, is far less popular than what they're being told. And everything that we put out there, anything anybody has ever said to the contrary of what Lou, Jimmy, Jamie, Jeremy, Joey, Johnny,
what proof has he put out? The documents, claims, video clips, audio clips. He has some from what other people did. The other people did the research, but he just takes other people's clips and things and just bundles it up for his own agenda, right? Of bash and so on. Now, Lou, I've always been like in the middle. I said, well, we'll see what he comes out with next. We should always be a bit skeptical of Lou because he comes from a government thing. And then Black Vault come out with more information saying that Pentagon's saying they didn't work for them. And then we found out about, that last video that we aired and played quite a lot of it from Green Streak. That summed it up pretty well. So we're not going to go over all that again. But, as I said, wait and see what develops. And now we're seeing the other side of Lou. So he's not actually wrong about Lou. And I agree with Lou. So we do have common ground. Like everybody can have common ground on things and not be left or right? But he's always saying that I'm left bias, that I'm a Biden supporter, which is totally wrong. He just gets everything wrong and he twists things around and tells people this, and people don't go and check up and see if that's actually true, which is a bit of a shame.
Mega Donuts, all these people, if we go against any one of the woke, any one of the left, any one of those people on UFO Twitter, we're the enemy. We're the enemy. There's a guy out there, I'm not going to mention his channel, because nobody goes to it, and I want him to suffer 3 live people a show like he averages. Some of you may know who I'm talking about. But this person makes up lies to fill the debunking void when he's trying to disprove something I'm saying, or Third Phase or Secureteam. All he does is go after channels that he thinks can bring views to him. We're not one of them. We're not Secureteam. We're not Third Phase. So I don't even know why he's talking about us, but he has been for 3 years. And just making up lies. It's amazing to me. And then you'll see like one person, give him a little faith. Like, oh, you're right. That GUFON, he lies all the time. I lie all the time. Isn't that amazing? I lie all the time. I have yet to see anybody prove that.
Oh yeah, he's clearly talking about you guys. You're the 3 watchers. He's talking about me. It's clear as day that he's talking about me. He won't mention my name here, but at the end of the show, he trashes me with more slanderous claims and actually uses my channel name, and also calls me Paul the bag of donuts. But we'll play that clip coming up. But you can tell he's talking about my channel here, and that I'm always attacking him. And what did he say exactly again? But that's not true. I think I've been quite reasonable. That, like I said, he's not always wrong. But he is still working with frauds, and he's on their payroll.
That's like when the Angry Channel said,
Okay, so now the Angry Channel, he's talking about Steve Cambion, of course. He's made that clear. Because he does the voice mimicking, right?
phase of moon, they use the same camera. Every video's the same camera.
Okay, so when they did CGI faking, they had it has the same signature in how it's created. Sheila Alien, I think, brought that up, and she talked about CGI experts had noticed the same signature, how the videos are made, so it come from the same source. In other words, Brent Cousins. One day I'd like to get those guys on a lie detector test and see how many questions they can actually get correct. But you never know. It never happened. But they certainly are millionaires from it, right? So they say there's no money in ufology. Well, that Dorothy Isaac, why is there movies and books written about her? So who's making the money from that then? You know, and why are they putting copyright claims on people that sort of re-up it to the web and they use a segment from it? Why are they putting copyright claims to take it down if it's not about money? It's always about money. I just call that BS, you know. Even I need money to operate, you know. It's always about money at some point. Well, whether it's only about money, then it's very sad. And I think a lot of these people, like I've proven, like Secureteam, beyond doubt, it's always only about money. He claims to be interested in UFOs, and that's just pure nonsense. Because his very first episode was a piss take of UFO people. And you don't do that sort of thing, you know. You don't take a mickey out of ufology if you truly believe in it. You can take a mickey off people that are faking, yes. But serious people in the field, taking a mickey out of them. He sort of made the first one was the Area 51 guy, which was taking the piss out of Bob Lazar. Yeah, that's Secureteam for you. We know a lot more about what he did now, and we've proven 100%. And you can go and watch that on the home tab, as I said already, millions of times. But yeah, we also debunked how third phase were faking stuff. Like the search and rescue that was happening off the coast there of Hawaii, and they were filming it with their new night Sonics camera. And of course, the Sonics camera, as we know from 18 Wells, is how overexposed it can be. It's not really that great of a camera, really, when you think about it, because it wasn't picking up the details he was seeing. And if it was that good, like the X27 that I've featured, you can see everything. So this is what you need. I'm not sure if you've watched it, 18 Wells, but this is the kind of camera technology you would love. And I believe military people probably the only ones that could afford it. X27, sort of changing subject here, but this one here, have a watch of that one. But that there is a nighttime pure blackness video at nighttime, and everything's invisible, you know, in all colours, not just the cheap ones from that we buy from AliExpress. X27, this was years ago, so they've probably perfected that even better now, or made it even cheaper probably. But they were showing it around various conventions at the time. So yeah, this one doesn't suffer from that overexposure nonsense that we have to deal with. What happened there? Alright, so to be camera. I missed out that couple of letters there. That's good if the lights are dim. Yes, I guess it would be. Or the craft has no lights. Yeah, I can understand that. I get that thing with my cheap camera that I bought for sky watching. If you get some ambient background light, it can create the colours. But if you get too much light, it can get blinded. But yeah, you need to watch that one sometime. So let's go back to this attack on me and Cambium.
It's all CGI. I know everything. Angry Channel has never even gone sky watching.
Okay, so Angry Channel being Cambium, never been sky watching and doesn't know anything about CGI. Or expert on everything, right? Which is nonsense. No one said we're experts, we're always learning. I said here we're always learning together. So on to the next one. And so this is why GUFON is an idiot, I said. Zero qualls in technology and no knowledge on old cameras. He knows handycam. Plastic lenses. For starters, she held the camera with two hands. Spelt wrong, by the way. I noticed it. Somehow I must have deleted the W and put an extra O in by mistake. Some people have high static, but she could have set up a standing points of static charger under the floor, but also you can get pocket static devices. So this is what he said about Isaac, which I'm still going to cover at the end.
Izatt yesterday on how I think she is she passed, but has captured the most credible UFO video I've ever seen. In my opinion, I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but
he is missing.
Somebody thinks that they already debunked it, and it's the Out There channel. This guy is so unbelievably, and I hate to use the word, but stupid, maybe? He really is. He says, wrong, I debunked her very solidly. If you know some electronics tech and magic, you can figure it out. Dude, this was in the 80s. What a schmohawk this guy is. She was using high body static to stall the camera motor so a frame would be stuck long enough to wobble camera to make Greer faked beings similar to his ones. His ones. You see the English, see the grammar, see what I'm talking about? How unbelievably stupid that is. She rubbed up against the camera to make static electricity on the camera so it would stall for a quick second and then it would flash. And he has no proof. That is definitely the funniest thing I have ever heard. She got high body static that made the camera slow down just long enough, and it didn't bleed into any other frames. So the filming of the camera just... So she's pulling on the trigger, hearing the reels. And then now she's going to rub on it like you would rub your head on a balloon. Body static.
So, yeah. Where'd you begin with that one? I didn't ever say it was a digital camera. I knew it was a old 8mm hand camera, and the hand part has a battery in it. So it has, not all of the videos had sound, I don't believe, but yes, they do have sound. But if it pauses for 1/8 of a second and you're listening to, she's not talking to the camera, blah 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 blah, throughout the whole sequence. If you watch that, because then you might hear a slight stutter in a word, which would expose how it's done. All she's filming, and all you hear is static and the electric motor in the background. And of course, if you pause it just right, or even if you pause it for that certain length of time, you're not going to hear a change in the motor sound. What's the difference between you know? How are you going to tell whether the motor had actually stopped? It just has to slow down the rollers, right? It doesn't have to stop the motor even. It can just, the electric circuit can stop the feeder of the film going through long enough for it to pause, and slight hand movement, as you know how bad it is when you film with one eye, portrait mode, how stuff can move around, and that's going to create light streaks. And yeah, a lot of the footage is like that, right? Probably would need to show you the video that Bigfoot guy sent me, where you can actually see that happening. But I'm not sure if I got permission to do that. But I did actually take a frame from it on Twitter. Maybe I can show you at the end what I'm talking about there. But yeah, he's calling me a complete idiot there, and talking about rubbing it on the head, on the hair. So that's something that they do at school, with rubbing balloons on the head. It doesn't have to go that way. You know, it's like the plasma ball, where you're touching that. That's could be done with a Van de Graaff, as it's called, where it rubs onto and charges up a sphere. So yeah, I have actually posted examples. But yeah, get on to the next video. It depends how it works. If rollers feed in stalls, you might not hear the motor stop, and it's the feeder. I don't have a camera to prove how it works, and it still might be hard to document it open. Obviously, it may only happen when it's closed, right? This is so slanderous, what he said here. Shit in a bottle. So you have a listen to this. It's just absolutely disgusting what he said here. I find it funny though, how this guy thinks and how he debates things, right? So I debunk Izatt, and then I apparently shit in a bottle. It's like when I debunk his mates that pay him money, and then he's got to do the same slanderous claims that I'm a pedo, which I've documented already. She
would have felt it. You know, you would have felt something back.
Felt it, touched it, smelt it. Diggy Diddle. She touched it, she smelt it. What's that old sexual song? But anyway, well, she's the hoaxer and she's creating the frauds. Of course she's going to feel it. That's a stupid comment right there.
Back in those, I mean, she's not using a digital camera, you yahoo.
I know that. Oh. You didn't watch my debunk, did you?
That guy, he gets 3 live people on his show. He's been around for years, and he hasn't had a subscriber in almost 2 years yet. He's going to tell us. I mean, this is why nobody goes there, because the guy's so ridiculous. I had to talk about it. It's the first time we've mentioned that name here in a long time. But that's one of the haters out there who constantly talks about me and Third Phase and Secureteam. We're always wrong. We're wrong on everything. We're never right. Not once. We're wrong. Everything. Yeah. Tyler's faking. Third Phase of Moon are hoaxers. And I lie. So I forgot more than that guy remembered. That's how much I know about what this shit's about. Give me a break. High body static. To stall the camera motor just long enough that the flash is not from the UFO. It's from the body shocking the camera. Oh,
No,
wow. How do you...
I never said that at all. I didn't say it was a digital camera ever. And I didn't say the flash was from the static. And of course, those ones, I don't believe she filmed them alone as well. So she could have done anything to create that effect. But there's no guarantee that she hasn't got some sort of, like a sapper in her hand, which also has a LED light that she can blind into the lens. There's all sorts of ways magicians can fool things, right? You might remember I looked and debunked. Well, I didn't debunk him, but I exposed that guy that used the cylinder, right? Remember that guy? They promoted him on TV for years and had him on talk shows, and they would ask him to think about a building and see if he can create it on a negative. Well, he had turned out he had micro negatives inside this tube that he said he had to use to focus brain waves. Well, it turns out he had a negative at the end, and he lets in enough light because he puts the camera at one end of the tube. That shows up the image of the negative onto a normal film, and then they process it. But yeah, he probably wouldn't know about that. How people can do sleight of hand stuff. Well, what he did is he also handed out the tube, right? So he had some way of pulling off, inserting the negative and removing the negative when he needed to hand the tube and saying, oh, there you go, it's like a toilet roll, right? But yeah, that's another case that I looked at, right? So yeah, because I have been around magicians, and Camden's been around magicians, he knows how you can do sleight of hand tricks and fool people. Misdirection and all that. And this guy here doesn't know anything like that. In fact, he probably doesn't even know how to do some magic tricks. I know how to do some magic tricks. I haven't practiced that for a long time though, but yeah, I always had people fooled at parties as well, it's quite fun, fooling people, but sometimes I'd eventually show them how it's done, that you're not meant to do, but the kids, I definitely didn't want to show how it's done. I wanted them to try and figure it out.
Think of that stuff. Like, who thinks of that? It's
I do.
Stuff. First of all, I want to see that proven. Prove it.
Okay,
out there, channel. Little Paulie.
I haven't done any research to find people using static to stall things, but I'm pretty sure there's some videos out there that I might be able to find if Google wasn't censoring them. But there are ways where you can actually, I think I've even found out it happened with me, where I had something open. I was working on some electronic circuit, and it would, I would touch it and it would all stop working. I think I did look at a clip recently of that guy that opens up devices and hacks them. Basically, a lot of people forget their passwords on their crypto drives, and they go to this guy and he opens it up, uses a lot of hacking technology tricks, and shows you that the problems he had with getting a good connection that didn't suffer from noise, some static, that the equipment wouldn't detect it. So static is a problem, especially with electronics. But yeah, looks like motion blur to me. Alright, I haven't even shown anything yet. Like for example, it captured that that triangle pretty much as I saw it. I'm not sure what you mean there. Super chat. Chad. Hey, don't forget PayPal, Cash App. You're talking about GUFON. He always says that, doesn't he? Yeah. You don't see me saying that every show. Oh, Super Chat's open. I say it sometimes. I say, alright, if you want to donate, here's the links, you know. I don't sort of go on about PayPal and all that sort of stuff. Of course, it hasn't stopped me making shows from day one, has it? You know, no one was paying me from day one. And he's saying no one makes money from ufology. Well, how come Tyler made $2.5 million of ad money then? And why is Third Phase of the Moon offering $1 million for the best Bigfoot footage? You see what I mean? It's stupid. Oh, shit. I think I might need to go to the toilet. I'll just play this.
Holy bag of donuts. The guy's
slandering me again. I'll let you listen to that.
Like 45 years old, and he's got zits like a 16-year-old. I had to talk about it.
Okay,
she would have felt it. You know, you would have felt something back in those. I mean, she's not using a digital camera, you yahoo.
I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, that guy. He gets 3 live people on his show. He's been around for years, and he hasn't had a subscriber in almost 2 years yet. He's going to tell us. I mean, this is why nobody goes there, because the guy's so ridiculous. I had to talk about it. It's the first time we've mentioned that name here in a long time. But that's one of the haters out there who constantly talks about me and Third Phase and Secureteam. We're always wrong. We're wrong on everything. We're never right. Not once. We're wrong. Everything. Yeah. Tyler's faking. Third Phase of Moon are hoaxers, and I lie. So, I forgot more than that guy remembered. That's how much I know about what this shit's about. Give me a break. High body static. To stall the camera motor just long enough that the flash is not from the UFO. It's from the body shocking the camera. Oh, wow. How do you think of that stuff? Like, who thinks of that? It's body stuff. First of all, I want to see that proven. Prove it. Out there, channel. Little Paulie bag of donuts. The guy's like 45 years old, and he's got zits like a 16-year-old. I think he still has braces on. Yep. Always eating Twinkies. No, he does. He eats Twinkies like they're going out of style. He can't help it. Yep. I even heard he takes shits in a bottle in his room because he's too big to get out or something like that. He's lazy. But yet, he knows everything. It's a miracle. Hold on, I just got a message that might be important.
That's the problem having a juice all day. goes through you, as you know. So yeah, I was just reading the comments. For example, capture triangle pretty much as I saw it. What else we got here? But it does see stuff the naked eye does not. Okay. Looks like blue motion to me. Did he mention anything about what state the battery was in? Are you talking about the Bigfoot guy that was meant to be standing next to her? No, but I guess it would have been fully charged. It doesn't worry too much about the battery being what charged level is. But somehow the power can be disrupted. Clearly. Okay, so you heard what he's saying there. I had to dash away, but we'll just play it again. and talk about it.
She would have felt it. You know, you would have felt something back in those. I mean, she's not using a digital camera, you yahoo. Oh, that guy. He gets 3 live people on his show. He's been around for years, and he hasn't had a subscriber in almost 2 years yet. He's gonna.
So that's wrong. My subscriber count is always live, right? And you can see since the last live show, probably got at least another 6 across all the channels, all the media channels, even on Yahoo. I mean on Google. On Google, you can see here that I was pretty much stuck on 2,500 because of the suppression on the channel they do. For some reason they started releasing it. Maybe. But yeah, it's gone up probably 20 in the last month or two, which is quite good. So it seems to be back to being natural again. That's what it was initially when I started my channel. I was getting hundreds a day subbing and stuff, right?
Tell us. I mean, this is why nobody goes there, because the guy's so ridiculous. I had to talk about it. It's the first time we've mentioned that name here in a long time. But that's one of the haters out there who constantly talk.
Yeah, so I'm not a hater. I just want the truth, and truth always wins in the end, right? If I hate him, I would be calling him similar names back, right? But his name's Richard, so I call him Mr. Dick, and he calls himself Mr. Dick, so I use Mr. Dick sometimes, but I generally call him GUFON. I don't go out my way to criticize his looks, like a sit on his nose or whatever, you know. It's just stupid. It's just childish, schoolyard bully.
Talks about me and Third Phase and Secureteam. We're always wrong.
And Third Phase, I always said, me and Blake would probably get on quite well and probably laugh about how they conned this guy. So yeah, I don't hate them either, but I hate people that fool people and making a grifting life of fooling people. I hate that. I hate people that are dishonest. I don't hate people. I know they can change, but it's very hard for them to change. Once you've got a sort of like a grifting process going, right, it's very hard for you to go back and doing a 9-to-5 grind job when you can just create a 1 video a week, like Tyler is at the moment. One a month, 1 every 2 weeks actually is more correct at the moment. And making thousands of dollars, you know, and more than you could do if you were flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever, or doing cleaning jobs, which is what I did when I got blacklisted by the people that were meant to be good people in the computer industry. I ended up getting blacklisted because I was speaking out on behalf of people, and they didn't like that. And it's a bit like government, you know, if you speak out. But like Google, if you speak out about stuff, you get censored. Well, it happens even in the workplace. Where you see that there's, they're not being fair on people, or fair on allowing people to switch shifts, which is basically what I was complaining about in my old workplace. And so, because I'm on contract and wasn't a full employee, I wasn't protected, so they could go after me. But yeah, that's another long story. So this Kiwi fights for the truth always, and always gets the raw deal. In other words, I'm not making lots of donations every time I'm on a live show, and I haven't changed to do that. I haven't sort of said, oh yeah, I'm going to be friends with GUFON now, I'm going to be friends with Alien Addict now, all these people that are sort of sucking together. I haven't done that. I've stuck to my morals and science and facts.
We're wrong on everything. We're never right. Not one.
I've never ever said that, and you know that. I've always been fair.
We're wrong. Everything. Yeah. Tyler's faking.
Okay, Tyler is deceptive on all his videos, as I've gone through them all as they come out, and also lied about stuff. Is that faking? I guess it is. It's still part of faking, isn't it? You're faking fake UFOs to people that's not there. So yeah, he's faking all the time, and that's how the grift works, right? Fool people most of the time, but not everybody. Some of the time. Whatever the saying is, I probably got it backwards, but anyway.
Third phase of Moon are hoaxers, and I lie. So, I forgot more.
Well, we've proven that he lies, right? He might not lie all the time, but you can lie some of the time, and the lies can be big lies too, right? And we just read out a few there that he posted on the comments, the lies, but maybe he hasn't said it live on air, but people just don't know the half of it, right? Because then they don't watch me to see the other side of the coin.
More than that guy remembered. That's how much I know about what this shit's about. Give me a break. High body static.
Well, let's just see what can find on that. High voltage man. Now, he handles static as well as AC electricity. Is he called High Voltage Man? I can't remember what he was called now. Let's see. Tightrope walking on high voltage power cable. That can be done because you're not grounded. Man, supposed high voltage electric shock. Ben Scott's high voltage life as AC DC frontman. No, not that one. Electric 6 danger high voltage. Carry on. What was that guy's name? Well, we could have a look at that one. But he's not one of the high resistance. Some people have a really high body resistance because they have less water on their skin, I believe. Man shocked twice by high voltage power lines. So some people can survive extreme jobs. Depth charge. High voltage man. What was that other one? No, let's look a song. Okay. Indian man can withstand 11,000 volts. Alright, this is one of the guys. Let's have a look at him. Not sure if it's copyrighted or not. But this is quite amazing. If you've not seen it before, let's see. Is it a news channel? We'll take a chance. Well, it contains content that some viewers may find disturbance. Okay, would that cause a problem with YouTube? Maybe we can be careful here then. You can see Indians have lots of wiring in the house. It looks dangerous, full stop. I'm not sure if you've ever seen those pictures of their streets or between houses and how some illegally wire things. That's probably what he did here. So they got some guy, this guy's touching live wires now and he's grounded, right? And this guy's got a meter measuring them. Okay, I'm not sure if you can see that. Okay. We'll just play a wee bit of it. Yeah, so could you imagine what that would do to a camera, right? If your body can handle high voltage like that, if you had some sort of device in your pocket, that amps up the voltage, which you can get, right? You know the sappers, the handshaking sappers. And they're going to show us what it said on the meter. Pretty bad filming. You can see it's old. Let's see what else they got here. Okay, he's touching a light bulb. And they're measuring it off his tongue, even. And he's touching a UV light here, and it's lighting up grounding. Which you're seeing with the Tesla coils, and people obviously are isolated, not to ground, and they can do it. But this guy's definitely grounded. His feet's on the ground. Okay, so I'm not sure we're going to see much in that one. CGTN, what's that? We got music. I'm not sure why that would be disturbing to watch, actually. I can't really see what the problem is with that one. Is high voltage cable inspector. Now, you've heard about cherry pickers, you know, those are the ones that lift up the man on a machine to get to street lamps. Sometimes they would accidentally touch live wires and kill the guy that's in the top of the crane, right? Cherry picker. And that would be another death, you know, another death. Okay, so we got another one here, 200,000 volts. Should a person touch 200,000 volts? A Van de Graaff, which is a static charger, right? So this is another one I found as well. Searching. And you can see here the Van de Graaff has got a piece of cloth that spins around and charges up this ball, and it's charging him up even though he's standing there. And then he touches this thing here. Which is, I think it's connected to this in circuit, and he gets electrical spikes. But we'll just skim and see where he does that. He's explaining to a group of students, I guess.
We can actually make a little spark that we can see better if Mr. Dave turns the lights off.
You can't see the spark, but it's there, right? So yeah. Dorothy Isaac could be doing that.
Lights back on.
Just takes one spark and it will stop the roller for 1/8 of a second and cause the long exposure effect, right? So if you put one of those under the house where you're standing and charge yourself up where you stand, that could be another way that the trick could be done. Let's just go back. Crank high voltage. That's a movie, isn't it? Bon Scott's High Voltage Life. AC. No, we looked at that one before. Man electrocuted to death while stealing high voltage power. So, like I said, Indians who connect up to live wires so they can cook and heat their house. There's a risk. Amperage versus voltage. There is another guy. Man electrocuted. Men on wire. But I think you get the idea, right? And of course you can type in hand static sapper. Let's see what comes up. How to stop getting sapped by static. We don't want that one, we want the opposite. How to turn a bug sapper into a static grass. What's that? Static grass applicator. What the hell is that? We're always learning. Make a static grass applicator with electric fly swatter. What they talking about here? It's got me interested now. Grass applicator. Is that a way to shoot seeds over the ground or something? Yeah, we got one of these backs. We use these in New Zealand, so they're quite good. Put a little battery in it, and it charges up to high voltage here, or sap you if you touch your fingers on it. But it's another idea of how the Dorothy could have had some gadget where it charges a sap up to mess up the camera. Hang on, need a drink. I don't want to play the video, I just want to skim through it, see what he's going to do. So there's the circuit, it's not really big, you can see it fits in the hand. And you just need a 9-volt battery or even smaller. A watch battery can do it, but you only get so many uses out of it, obviously. So he's pulling that bit apart. Trying to separate the circuit. Is it? So what are they using? What are they? And they're putting a SIF on the static charger. So what's that going to do? Bounce the seeds out of their shells onto the ground or something? I don't know. How's that work? Let's see, applicator. It sounds like it's going to do something like that though.
Like I say,
Oh, cool.
You've probably got maybe $3 in this piece. Big deal.
They're hardware modders like I do. Use something to make something else work. Okay, he's doing the same thing, a sieve. Okay, so what's he going to do with it? Is he going to show us? Probably not. There's no one going to show us working. Okay, what's it going to do?
The bottom of that.
Literally charge the ground? I don't quite understand it.
When you start spreading your grass seed out, or flocks out.
So he's got grounded.
So, let me dump some of that. We'll just put a little
Evenly
bit
spreads it maybe?
in our basket, and we'll turn that on. And I'm going to try and zoom in.
Oh, come on, mate. Get on with it.
I don't know if that'll get that or not. But I've
Oh, come on.
got that turned on.
I don't
You can
understand
see
it.
that. You can see how that static's working at the bottom of that.
No, not really. Anyway, learning something new. Well, that's the first I've seen that. Anyway, technology rootware. Anyway, better move on. Spec bug sapper again. I'm sure there's more out there. Just have to use the right keywords, right? On a good dry day, I'm full of static. Are you? You can maybe you can do the experiment for us then. See if you can install one of those old cameras and prove a point. I can get sapped all day long. Mostly all summer I need to run a humidifier. Well, there you go. Have you had any problems with your cameras though? by touching them and being high charged. Have you had any memory cards that go wrong? That sort of thing. But yeah, just keep on breaking down this one again.
To stall the camera motor. Just
that's one thing I was meant to look up. Stall electric stall device. Well, I know for a fact when I went for job interviews, one was to be a telephone technician. And they're just rolling out the new way to do telephones with these big closets, which has got computers in them. And you weren't allowed to walk between these closets because your body static while walking was enough to sap or disrupt the devices that are meant to be controlling all the telephones, connecting telephone to telephone using dial-up mechanics. There were they had mechanical ones and they were rolling out computerized ones, but they had ones that were sort of like hybrids, and you weren't allowed to walk between the closets because of static build-up, right? So I have got some experience that static can actually cause things to go wrong, and stall device using static. I bet I won't find anything, but you never know. What's the difference between static and dynamic stall? Okay, videos wanted or images. Let's see what images we got. So airplane wings. See, that's another thing they wrote about fly-by-wire, right? And smartphone radio microwaves interfering with the smart, and that someone using a mobile phone on a plane could bring down a plane, which is still very possible. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to find too much, does it? There's something I would have to figure out and sap something to prove it, I think. But so it's talking about stall and airplanes. Stop. Let's say stop device with static. If that comes up better. How to set a static IP address. No, not that kind of static. How to disable DHE. No. So Google's failed here. How to remove a static IP address. Discharging static electricity for safe computer upgrading. Well, as you know, you have to wear one of these things on your wrist. If you've ever done electronics, you're meant to ground yourself to rid the static over your skin, because as soon as you touch a circuit board, there's a possibility you can sap the electronics on the chip and fry it. So I don't think even GUFON knows about that. But this will be about how you have to ground yourself to get rid of the static. How are we to be safe when working on our computer? But I'm not sure if that's what we're talking about. Here we go. One of these kits where you put a wrist strap on and a clip on, alligator clip on something that's grounded to the earth of the house, right? But yeah, I thought it was going to be a video, and it's not. Stop getting set by static again. It's come up. Anti-static safety. Handling sensitive electronics. Here you go. So this again is back to Isaac. I've just
so you got that.
This guy looks a geek. So as you know, a lot of stuff that you buy online comes in these metallized bags that stop static. Not that one. That's, but although it could be anti-static plastic, but there's a bag it normally is in. Is what he's holding now, a static bag. And you can see how he's holding it, and he's not touching any of the electronics. But simply waving your hand 5 inches above a circuit board is enough to destroy chips even. But yeah, he's not going to show us about the electric statics destroying electronics, but there will be. Anyway, I think what will happen is a lot of these cameras would have like high voltage protection, and they may switch off for a microsecond when they detect a voltage, but like your house trips when you're about to electrocute yourself, right? Whether those cameras have something like that where it switches off for safety, right?
Long enough that the flash is not from the UFO, it's from the body shocking the camera. Oh, wow. How do you think of that stuff? Like, who thinks of that? It's
technical people that handle electronics.
body stuff. First of all, I want to see that proven. Prove it. Out there, channel. Little Paulie bag of donuts. The guy's like 45 years old, and he's got zit.
I'm actually older than him, by the way.
It's like a 16-year-old. I think he still has braces on. Yep. Always eating Twinkies. No, he does.
See, a lot of people said they look at my photograph and I look like I'm 40, right? So that's why he thinks I'm 40. But I'm actually a lot older than him and actually have better skin than him.
He eats Twinkies like they're going out of style. He can't help it. Yep.
We can't actually get Twinkies in New Zealand. You have to buy it through a special place up in Auckland and have it shipped down. So, yeah, we don't have like junk like in America and New Zealand, I guess. We're a bit smarter what we eat, and we don't have takeaways every day of the week like some people do, because we know it's bad for you.
I even heard he takes shits in a bottle in his room because he's too big to get out or something like that.
Oh dear, I just ran off to the toilet just before and got back. So, how would that go down in a court case, you reckon, guys?
He's lazy, but yet he knows everything.
Lazy? I don't think so. I don't do 6-hour live shows because I'm lazy, right?
It's a miracle.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of stuff, but I don't know everything, and I never ever claimed to. I know a wee bit of electronics, and if I need to know more, I'll just go and ask someone that knows more. Or I look up on YouTube and find someone that's actually demonstrating it.
Hold on, I just got a message that might be important.
So that was that one. So we got through the 3 videos where he's trashing me. And slanderous, as far as I'm concerned. Had above top secret ATS, I should have been capitals here. A camera repairer said this. So we're going on to Dorothy Isaac images. Have I got her image up here? Alright, so I forgot to mention this one too before we move on. Haha, so funny, isn't it, side chatters? Did she use a wind-up camera? No, she didn't, as far as I know. I actually do research before I actually do a breakdown of someone. I can only go by the information I can find. I only saw battery ones. I'm sure I looked it up at the time of debunking, so his friends think it's all funny on the side here. Okay. He debunked her very solid. Ha ha ha. Yeah, get in there. Ha ha ha. Tommy. What's the next one? I thought the camera was a hand round one. No, but the hand round ones do suffer from slippage and do have the same effect, which I will go over as well. She was given various cameras and only worked on some cameras, oddly enough. No one tells you the cameras that she couldn't do it on. If you can sum up aliens and show them on film, you should be able to do it on every camera you're given, right? Don't try to understand, it's magical. Well, you'll never understand, guys, because you watch GUFON. Don't try to understand. Okay. Haha, Rich. Body static. What the dork? Well, actually, Juicy Lion, you're the dork. Seriously. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So I'm not sure what's that's got to do with electronic circuits. But if you sap electronic circuit and overload, it's going to break the circuit monetarily, right? Anyway, I did some more research after, see what I could find, and above top secret was a link. As you see there, we did a quick live research and tried to get some more information, but as it is, it's pretty hard to always find stuff on that you're after to support your argument. And that's why it's research, and you can spend days doing it before you present the information. So this is what some of these people said here, but one posts an article written by someone that repairs these cameras, which we'll go over. But someone said here, I always wondered if there was possibility to replicate her pictures. Yes! And they have. For using fireworks, not using fireworks though. You don't, this is someone that doesn't understand cameras. Okay, moving on. So there should have been some pictures there. And that brings up a good point. I need to bring up some pictures that I posted so you can see what I'm talking about. I may have fixed up that problem with that we had last time. So Cambian's replied to GUFON, I'm not angry and I really don't care what that grifting super chat grubbin loser living in his parents' backyard has to say about anything. So another comment I made, because he also said another comment last night before I went to bed, or early in the morning I should say. I never said I knew everything, but I do know a lot and can prove it. If I make a claim, I back it up with research and facts, and why people join live debunks and work along and learn. And I say no to insulting drama, because he insulted Gordon Cooper, saying he was mental. Gordon Cooper being mental, he wasn't old, slow when young, when he saw the UFOs, right? So when he was younger, that's when he saw these UFOs landing or passing his fighter jet. He's not like in the James Fox interview, or whoever did that interview, where he's going with his really rich southern accent, is it? Or Texan accent? I'm not sure. But yeah, he wasn't like that in his younger days, was he? To say that he's mental, he might have dementia, slight dementia back then when he was being interviewed and explaining things to be on the record about the camera being taken away that they filmed it landing at Air Force Base, right? But anyway, carrying on. That one we covered. Covered that one. What was I going to look for? Oh, right, it's a picture. That's right. So I have to retweet it to my channel after I've replied because it gets lost on Twitter. I thought there was a picture I did with her image. Oh, here it is. Here's one of these ones from a film that I was sent in DM. Which he thinks is conclusive that she was filming real things, and I'm still saying no. See how it's half coloured? To me, that makes a clue it's got stuck, stalled, possibly partially. See how the colour changed there? And long exposure happening, double image. So we got a double image here, look. So we got... Somehow she moved the camera when it got stalled and it ended up there. So maybe 2 stalls that happened to make that one image. Or maybe slight movement, I should say. A partial stall and another partial stall on the same frame. You can see if it stalls on a full frame, you're not going to have bleed over of these lights onto another frame. Thanks for sharing that video in DMs, but still not convinced of a real object. So let's see if we can find some of his stuff online, so we can just sort of recap it. But as I've said, they're like copyright trolls. You can't show it without being sued. Isaac, because a lot of it's in documentaries, right? Video. Capturing the light. Here's one. Capturing the light. Amazon. Yeah, someone's not making money from it. Of course not. Why can't you find the photos and videos online? There you go. Let's click on that. And it's in UFO Reddit. UFOs. What's these guys saying? Because I found the problem to find enough stuff to break it down, right? By far, it is the most compelling documentary I've seen on the subject. After attempting to find photos of her work, which she claimed she was working hard to publish for anyone to read online, I cannot find a single up-to-date source for her work. Every site I visit had dead URLs, which we just saw on Above Top Secret. Some images have been removed, and links on 10-year-old pages that no longer exist. Can someone explain why this might be? Yeah, it's called copyright. Or if you had any luck finding her original work. Below are examples of sites I found, but sure in particular references her website, which is now listing to sell the domain. Alright, so thank you for doing this post. I watched it a week ago and can't stop thinking about it. I love some more info. It's almost as if the story caught traction and then just hit a dead end. So no one's mentioned copyright there, unless it's deeper down, of course. Here we go. Let's see what we can get in images, and might get some stills, but you really want to see a video, just even if it's a minute long. Okay, so this is one of the stills from one of her recordings, right? I guess Unsolved Mysteries. Again, who's making money? TV. I bet she was paid for the interview too, but you won't know. So what's that look like, guys? Anyone that's used cameras in low light with insects flying by? Yeah, and was anyone standing with her when she made that particular image up? You can see it's got like segments. Definitely like a single light source that's being moved faster and faster, and then that one's real fast. So if you had a frame that's paused and no one's watching you for a long time, you can have a light source on a wand and just flash it in front of your camera that way, and a wee bit slower this way, and saggy. Of course, GUFON is saying that last time he thought that was light beings or ant people that you could see in there. It's just ridiculous. Hey, Gabba Beast TV, how's it going? Didn't expect you were going to show up, actually. Looks like lens bounce. Yes, that's right. And long exposure, right? But yeah, that's got a lot happening in it. So I don't think, unless someone can prove otherwise, they were standing next to her when she made that. Is it going to go down? Oh, here we go. We've got some more of her images, right? Have we seen that before? We've seen that with Dr. Greer, right? His light beings. Alien phenomenon. And another one. Zigzaggy. It's always the same, isn't it? Ziggy around a bright light source or something. Some blurs happening here, which could actually be maybe the hand being lit up, is it? Kind of looks like a hand, maybe holding a LED light. Let's keep on going. What's this one here? That one looks like a street light. Street light, and then whiz it around. Again, I want to know if anyone was standing next to it when she made that one. Because if you can get wobble, you're only going to get some lines, but that's crazy. More crazy ones. So it's like a light source, right? Just move it around in front of the camera. No, they're all the same, you see? This is meant to be aliens, guys. It doesn't match up anything of my own experience, where I saw a real alien grey. And tall whites standing there. And mine matches what other people have claimed. Doesn't match any of this bullshit here. So that's why I'm calling it out. Oh yeah, so she also did ones where she used a reflection in the window and used herself with a timed camera thing. So that looks like a woman, doesn't it? It looks like a woman with like one of those dresses that go over one arm. And it's a reflection off a window, right? That's the other ones he used to do with another camera. Stream being of light. That looks like almost like ice crystals or something, and trees as well. Fog maybe, I don't know. Same here, fog. The greatest encounter ever. Whenever I see images like this, I think fraud straight away. There was a guy that was taking photographs which was all like this and had artificial colours like this and all that. He was running through filters and claiming that aliens were running next door to his car and his son saw him and all this. If you scroll back my live shows, you might be able to see some of the stuff that he sent me. I'm not sure if I put his name in it. So this is Dorothy here. She's a nice lady. She wouldn't hoax anybody, but yeah. I've seen a few con artists in my time, and yeah, there's no way you can tell if someone's a good person or a bad person. But you can watch the micro expressions on interviews and stuff, can't you? Among us, light beings are all around us. So technically you could say paranormal apparitions could be light beings, as I said at the beginning of the show, but it's not the same thing. So they got that one, okay, and have we got the Bigfoot one up again? Sketch of being in above photo. So that's not even the real photo then, unexplained. Oh, here's some other photographs that she took. Streaks of light. Right. How would you do that, guys? How would you? Eh? And GUFON reckons this is the best evidence he's ever seen. Come on, man. You're meant to be a camera expert and you can't tell that's long exposure. That looks like a lampshade, guys, doesn't it? Looks like a light coming down from a lamp. Just put it on long exposure, right? What's Scabba saying? If it's a real alien photo, you would see it somewhat without the need for filters. Correct. Maybe I should sell them to GUFON. I have thousands of photos like this. I need to be selling the stuff. Well, you could be either a total liar and be another one of these people that goes along to Contact in the Desert. Sorry, I'm hooking up a trailer right now. Okay, no problem, mate. Take your time and make sure it's secure. Lens bounce again. It's all lens bounce. And you're more clever than GUFON. How could that be? My only side chatter, 1 of 3. He said that on that video I just played. Sell it to third phase. Yeah. They don't want to buy it. They want to get it for free and make their $50 to $100 off it. Because they haven't got many people that watch them, like Secureteam. But yeah, that looks like a lampshade on long exposure there, guys. So she's used different techniques here. And she's not a shill. You know, I don't think people can do stuff like this without knowing what they were doing, right? I think some people may have real experiences and then embellish it. I'm not sure if that's the case with her. Some of the stuff that they were showing looked like car headlights to me. And she was moving the camera around. Some of it looked like it could even be plane lights in the sky. And you're not seeing the red strobe lights, you know. They're claiming that she aimed the camera at 35,000 feet. Wow, that's apparently where planes fly. Yeah, obviously UFOs have a flight path at 35,000 feet too, you know. And they're not really bright thing people, are they? So yeah, let's keep on going. Is there any other footage? I'd like to get some film, but it's a bit tricky. Here she is again. We got one, a bit of colour added to it. Different colour lights. Lovely. It's like artwork. And of course this guy here did a series on her. Who's that? That's when she was younger, was it? So yeah, she looks like she's a kind, interesting old lady. Yeah. How many frauds have we seen in ufology that are females? Here she is filming. That's the one I used on my cover thumbnail for the episode. Just look how she's placing the hands, right? She sort of hides what's going on underneath the palms. And she's got a ring here. She's got bracelets on. Of course, a MUFON guy went to investigate her. And she says to him, "Can you hear that sound?" You know, the guy didn't say, "Oh, what's that strange sound?" She straight away sat down with him on this interview. Says, "Oh, can you hear that sound?" Straight away. And then he says, "Oh, yes, I can." Like he didn't notice it at first, right? So did she have a sound generator, you know, low frequency sounds that you don't quite hear unless you go silent and listen? Yeah. MUFON guy, come on, wake up, slap, slap. And then she leads into a bedroom, right? She says, oh, come here. This is where I do some of my filming through this window. She leads into this bedroom, and he's looking out it. And she says, not over there, look over here. So again, she's directing him and leading him to where to look. And he's saying on this interview, oh, I saw this solid saucer out the window. So how come he didn't see it until she pointed out to the left? Now, did she do micro hypnosis on him like Darren Brown has done? I'm not sure if we can play Darren Brown clips without getting BBC nonsense, but there's one where he went to a train station. He spoke a few words to the guy and clipped his fingers around his eyes, and then he started asking the guy questions. What's your name? And the guy couldn't even tell him his name. He couldn't remember his own name. And then he said, oh, where are you going to? Oh, I don't know where I'm going to. And the guy was completely lost. So I know some people are easy to be programmed like that, because I've seen it on these mentalist shows, right? So what you're saying here, airplanes look like a tiny dot on a camera at 35,000 feet. Exactly. But if you got two planes next door to each other, or bright wing lights, you're going to see two dots as well, depending on how far away they are, of course. And I bet she lives near an airport. They're saying she lives out in the country, there's no cars or roads near her. I have to say bullshit. And I said, how do you know that none of the family members were aiding her in this? Because they were looking at selling the rights to movies and all that later, a bit like Travis Walton, right? Who made millions of dollars. And of course, this is after Travis Walton, and people get ideas. They're saying, "Oh, if he can do that, why can't we fake it as well?" So I'm always skeptical, but I don't believe, from what I've seen, even just looking through here, that proves anything real that's not able to be produced by camera artifacts. Now, GUFON's saying, but you can hear the camera motor. But that's only on some of the footage, right? None of these ones with the big long streaks in it. Only some of them where they've got little tiny streaks happening. It's a shame I can't play that video I was sent, because it's a really good example and you guys would laugh at it. And you can hear the electric motor in the background. But with electric motor, how can you tell the difference from and then a slight pause in it? It doesn't go speed up. It would be constant again. It would be it wouldn't slow down enough either, because you're talking about a microsecond. It would be constant. It'd be a microsecond shorter. That's all in the sound, right? If you know what I mean. Again, I've got to demonstrate it to prove my point. But it's really common sense, guys. The ones I've seen lately are not small by any means. You're talking about airplanes? Yeah. Yeah, your ones were a bit closer because you could see the V shape, right? That's what she said. What's said? What she said. Sorry guys, I got to roll out. Okay, I'll be wrapping up soon anyway. See you, mate. We might. We need to talk though about coming on the weekend. Maybe another Sunday, or I could do a Monday morning one, afternoon with you, and that would be your Sunday if you want to do that. So get to me on Discord. See you, mate. London Bridge. See you. Right, London Bridges, how's it going? Can you do the sound effect once more? Yeah, come on. Slowing down a motor for a split second, you're not going to hear any difference in the background of the sounds. She doesn't even talk while she's filming, right? And that would be a good reason for it, is that you don't want to have any words that sort of go and I'm filming this airplane, and then you play it back, and I'm filming this airplane, would be obvious, wouldn't it? But then again, we're talking about seconds of delay there, not microseconds. But yeah, when you see the footage, you can see it's only a microsecond, 1/8 of a second, or even shorter. But yeah, can we get some videos or not? Because now we got insects, is it? She didn't film insects, did she? Plants. Anyway, see what we can find video wise. Where's video? Oh, there. Couldn't see it. Capture in the light. You know that's going to be copyrighted because it's probably a trailer. Dorothy, Izatt, TikTok search. Capture in the light again. I have played that on my channel though, very carefully. If you want to go and watch that one, I have actually done where she's actually looking at, she's filming pictures that she's taken, and she gets the aliens showing up in the picture. Streaky lines again. She says, "Oh, there you go, they're with us now." Yeah, right. Dorothy, Izatt project. That sounds like a money-making project. There's a project on Twitter. Okay. Is it crowdfunded? Let's see, what's it saying? Worked with Dorothy Izatt for many years. Oh, yeah, so you've been handled. Resulting in us bringing Dorothy onto your Sightings TV show. So that's that Bigfoot guy again. We'll see if he wants to come on. All of us can be tricked and fooled. I'm not saying that he's part of the fraud, but he may have been fooled, right? But yeah, if he wants to come on and talk about it, by all means do so, and bring us extra footage and see if he can convince us. That's all fine with me. I'm pretty civil and I'm willing to give people their say, but can you convince me? It's going to take some really good evidence, I think. You're going to have a solid craft that people claim to have seen on even a photograph, or let alone a video. So it is a project, and you can't tell me there's no money in it. There will be a lot of interest in that sort of stuff. But I don't believe in light beings as what we're being shown here. In fact, I haven't even seen a light being. I've seen apparitions, but I wouldn't call them light beings, right? It's certainly a wow moment when it happens. And you just want to have it keep on going, and you want to get your camera and film it, but if you try and do that and take your eyes off it, you're going to miss it. So it's really annoying. But yeah, we still can't find any videos that we might be able to play. Hynek's endorsement. See, again, that tells me that Hynek isn't correct about everything in that case. Vancouver. And of course, how old was she back then when she was faking all these light beings? And Hynek looks pretty old there too. So yeah, you're more susceptible when you get older to being tricked, I think. But yeah, what can we do? Maybe we can play a chunk of that one again. Carefully. Let's just have a look. It looks like something that's going to be copyrighted and making money, right? Here she is looking through that window where the MUFON guy was. I might have to mute the music. This is a true story, guys. Yeah, no embellishments. Still got crazy music. Lovely documentary so far. Is she going to talk? No. There we go. It looks like it's a trailer or some kind, doesn't it? Oh, and more fancy music. Okay, it's just going to show the same images we've already seen. Oh, lights in the sky. And if you took all those lights in the sky, that might be how she made this one, right? And let's go back again. Probably should overlay that onto that one there. So someone said there's a red light up here, and they believe that could be a radio tower that only lights up at night time, where she lives in Vancouver, and they've seen it. I remember reading that. Maybe it's on that top secret website, which I've yet to go over, by the way, because I sort of was looking to show you what she was up to before I go back to it. What's that one, guys? Let's see where that goes. No, we're not going to find out. Oh look, you can see it could look like a face. Are we seeing pareidolia of a big-headed alien? No, it's a lampshade one on the porch. Oh, and there's another light in the sky. That could be an airplane banking. Okay. And this fooled Hynek, and it fooled Stanton Freeman. Unbelievable. That looked like a plane, didn't it? Yeah, let's just keep on going, but there's still no video.
Take it up.
Oh my god, how'd she do that? I'm going to go to Contact in the Desert and pay some money. Capture and... No actual video clips. Dear. Just all images, still images. Obviously from the film itself, probably. But not actually showing the film. There's got to be some better stuff here. Capturing the light again. Is that the same sort of crap? Trailer. Can we risk playing a trailer? Not really, I don't think. It looks like the same thing, doesn't it?
Players.
We got some talking on this one. You might have to watch it yourselves. Looks very similar. I've seen this guy before.
Different view of
Is that the Bigfoot guy, maybe?
UFOs, extraterrestrial.
Is that the Bigfoot guy that's talking to me on Twitter? I'm not sure. 30,000 feet of proof. Sounds like him. You'll question your own beliefs. No, I won't.
I'm almost there.
Amazed, man. So where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Oh, it's smoking gun. So where's the smoking gun evidence, guys?
Take it or leave it.
They're not going to show us any evidence on film. They're just going to... Don't even put it in a trailer. It's just garbage. Okay. It's a bit of a shame. I'm not going to be able to show you then. Hynek endorses it. Good on you, Hynek. Got to watch out for those airplanes.
This video stems from
Okay.
way to proceed with any skeptic.
Okay, still we've got stills. No actual video.
We have to get in touch with Professor Hynek. At that time,
Yeah.
I never...
As if Hynek's like the end-all whiz guy. No.
I put them together again for me. And he said, there's nothing wrong with this camera.
Alright, he pulled the camera apart and put the film in it. We got some troll heavy. Hey, Blue Chicken, are you there? I didn't see you come on. So here's the camera, or one of them.
With it. And they asked
Okay, do they look like wind-up ones? Or is that just an image of a camera?
me to get more cameras and experiment with it. And they asked me to...
Yeah, so which cameras didn't work is what I want to know. I don't care about the ones that did work. I want to know which ones didn't work.
film with 3 cameras, and I
Okay, they all look the same. 8mm battery compartment.
to do that. Have the up, drop it on the floor.
Yeah, we'll just skim it. Okay, we've still not got no footage.
All 3 of them.
Okay, are we going to get some footage?
He suggested to get some.
No footage. So where did I find my footage?
That he said you're better than average, you know, with
Yeah. It kind of reminds me when they interview URI GELLER to me. I see URI GELLER as soon as when I'm watching here. London Bridges, did we see your question earlier? Probably not, because I wasn't looking on the side chat for a couple of minutes. Getting the spam off. Yeah, good on you, Blue Chicken. Thanks for doing that. It's only just started happening too. And it's horrible spam, I suppose. Looks at it. Just repeat your question, London, and as you can see, it's very hard to find information to debunk it, and looks like I found even less information this time around than I did first time. I wonder why. New documentary being made about a 2020. So yeah, where's all the evidence, guys? Where's all the videos, still images, you know? We're seeing still images and they all look the same way to me. No matter how many times I look at it, it still looks like multiple light sources with long exposure, or single light sources, reflections in windows. Why is it not crisp, sharp images? And we're meant to believe all these experts couldn't be suspect of that. Shows that they're not camera people. They might be experts in nuclear engines, but they're not experts in cameras and electronics. I think Stanton Freeman, he only analysed results from nuclear radiation, didn't he? I saw a huge video of a supposed American alien vehicles called TR-3B. You did? You saw a video of someone else's, or are you saying you videoed it? I saw a huge video. Are you talking about a video of someone else, or your own with your own eyes? No, anything about that? No, not a huge video. A huge vehicle. Okay. I'll just put up what he said here on the screen. Okay, so we're not denying that you're not seeing vehicles. Our channel, we're looking at that last with 18 wheels. So you need to go back and watch the 6-hour show and use the chapters to skim to when we look at his video and the analysis I did on it. And actually I said it's very possible what he saw with his own eyes matches up with what he caught on camera, even though it doesn't show it. But yeah. TR3B, TR3C, well, whatever you want to call it. But I believe they might be these stealth airships that the Black Ops are using, which can go at hypersonic speeds, right? Remember, I'm not a debunker, I'm a truther, so some of the stuff I can't debunk it. I will have to give it a possibility of being real. And I've had my own experiences, so that sort of changes your mindset, that you can understand why someone sees it and someone next to you doesn't see it, because there is real science in that. But yeah, I was just trying to find Dorothy stuff and we can't find a clip. So I'm not going to risk playing what I got sent in private, but believe me, she's filming like 2 lights in the sky, and then it makes a streaks thing that you saw in that picture that I showed you. This one here. 2 lights in the sky, they get to be 2 lights further on. And you can see she moved it there. And it looks like it got half stuck. And then moved up, and you get double image. Different color variation too. See, the double color variation is a good sign of double exposure, right? That's always what happens. And pretty much the whole video is a bit like this one, but the lights get closer, and to me it looked like car headlights or truck lights approaching. But he's saying it's in the sky, then it could be plane lights, and we're not seeing the navigation anti-avoidance red light in this case. But some people said that she films antennas as well, and the red flashing. I think it was on above top secret, so we'll go back there now. And just cover that last of all and read out what it was saying. Yeah, so if you got any videos of so-called triangles or anything really, just join our UFO group and post it, and we'll look at it professionally. And if it needs to be private, you can contact me in DM on Discord there. But really, we want to bring it publicly so people can benefit from it. So we can identify stuff and break it down, so people can debunk their own claims, their own sightings, right? Gabba TV's been new to my Discord group, and he posts stuff there. And we talk about it, and then he goes away and thinks about it, and then comes back, and either comes back with more evidence, or he comes back and says, yeah, I solved it, you're correct, it was something like the space station or whatever. But anyway, we'll just get back to finishing this episode off. Those special... So they're saying they had all sorts of things. Maybe it's a product of jamming old camera and a switch, but flaky old lady with active imagination. Those special effects producers in the video may know something about special effects in Hollywood, but the fact is they didn't seem to consider or mention the possibility you just did about the jamming of old camera. Implies that they are either brain dead or didn't think of it, or if they did say anything about it, it was edited out. That's correct. Someone who believes that ISAC videos are fantastic video footage and advertently provided evidence to debunk or show the true nature of ISAC movies, the camera jamming theory in this point. Anomalous light exhibiting strange ISAC behavior. So this video shows the same ISAC effect and is due to shutter speed, which is similar to the camera jamming effect. So unfortunately he's showing with a digital camera, so we don't really need to use that, but we might as well have a quick look at it. So this is on a different camera, and this is what you can get if you set up the camera for low light and move, which is called camera shutting speed, right? So filming a plane in the sky. I got some stupid music. Mute that. And you'll see the same streaks that she was getting on the old camera, which can be done with old cameras as well. Okay. Oops, I saw my microphone was... There you go, I'm getting Izatt happening, but on a digital camera. They're going to move it really fast, like she does. Let's see. Seems like a long filming sequence here. I'm moving it all over the place now. Camera shake, you know. It sort of depends on the lens type, of course, and the angle of the camera, whether you can really make it move around. There we go. Close-ups again. That looks like the size of her light source that she would use. Yeah, but he's not really sapping it around. Oh, there we go. I've got a wee bit now. There we go. Here we go. Now we're cooking. That looks very much like what she was doing. So there's a little clip of that one. But we haven't got to the good pitch yet. According to a guy who buys broken cameras like this on eBay and repairs them, the answer does in fact make sense. Okay, so that was replying to that. To suggest camera, stop frame, open bump is really not any sort of answer. So that sounds like a GUFON. That makes sense with the camera, and she's been given multiple make cameras to use as controls, and they all exhibit the same thing. Well, yeah, but what cameras didn't it work on? You know, it's cherry picked again. Some cameras are going to have the same flaw, same weakness, and which this is what this guy here says, the camera expert guy. So here's a clip from his website here, and I think he's actually got a picture showing how he created the same effect on one of the old cameras. Is that the link? Let's have a look. There you go. So that's using one of the old cameras, and it looks very much like Dorothy Isaac. And you can see here the bright lights are moving. So plane lights in the sky, high mast lights, antenna lights, car lights, ceiling lights, a lamp in the balcony or whatever, you know. So what he's done is he's cut out bits off that page and stuck it here. So we'll just read this one because it's got a better font. They keep noticing similar patterns over and over again as I watch the ladies film. You see how the streaks of light all have the same shape. That's an indication that the camera was moving during the taking of the photo. Over and over as I watched the video, I kept noticing these repeat shapes. No shit, Einstein. There's been fairly static pictures of 3 to 4 lights in a frame with 3 to 4 streaks. Yeah, that had similar shapes. I keep trying to look at these pictures non-judgmentally. Yeah, that's what I tried to do too. And my brain would just keep saying that is camera shake, like my brain was doing too. You have seen it a million times. We sure have. Okay, but there were a production designer, a visual effects guy, and a cinematographer, all who swore there was no way she could have created these effects with computers or developing equipment. None of us have been saying that. Quite true. What I found strange was that nobody considered the possibility that it arises out of the fault in the camera. Yes. and even new cameras. Now I know something about film, aka movie cameras, video too, but I'm non-stolic about film cameras. I shot with 8mm cameras, 16mm cameras, and 35mm cameras, and I'm not a cinematographer, but I do work in the film world, and I own 8mm and 16mm cameras and able to perform basic maintenance and repairs on them. So I sometimes buy a broken camera on eBay if I'm pretty sure what's wrong with it, fix it, and maybe make a few bucks, or not. I just fixing things and like the feel of shooting film, although it's too expensive for me to do regularly. Yes, it's an expensive way to do it now. Wow, what I see here is called a registration problem. The lady is shooting with an 8mm camera. Hard to say which model, but most such cameras shoot film that is called Super 8. It has holes just down one side of the film stock, and you get a bigger, better picture by exposing the other side of the film where there are no holes than just a square in the center. Anyway, the way a film camera works is there's a motor, electric or sometimes wind up, okay, turning gears which open the shutter and move the film along, sometimes using pins or sometimes a clamp mechanism. And what I think is happening in these single frame flash pictures is that the mechanism is monetary jamming, leaving the shutter open and letting the film be overexposed. It could be for a very short time, like 1/9, 1/6, 1/3 of a second. I choose these numbers because Super 8 is normally shot at 18 frames per second, as mentioned in the film. Okay, so I said 1/8, so he's saying 1/9 here. So it's equally divided by the frames per second, blah blah blah. The film has all the quantities of being overexposed. When the video stops on a frame long enough to let you look, and the repeating patterns described above would also be consistent with the momentary shake while the shutter is open for too long. So that's one effect that she was doing. The other one was using reflections in a window with low light. The streaks and some other examples which look like lines or of dashes would be consistent with a light source flashing while moving. For example, some lights on planes and the indicator lamp on a moving car. There you go. Please note, I'm saying that sort of image you get if you overexpose a picture of such a light source at night. I don't know enough about the lady's house or even where it is to make any guesses. Yeah, it's funny that there's not much information about her unless you buy the documentary, and even then it probably doesn't have what you want in it. About what particular lights are, although I did see some blinking red lights on one segment that I'm pretty sure are hazard lights on a industrial or communications tower. There you go, designed to warn pilots about the structure. So that we couldn't find because it's all censored by copyrights. My guess is the specific thing with the camera is that it has a broken gear tooth which causes the shutter mechanism to jam open briefly and not too often. Bear in mind that gears are designed by engineers to use numbers of teeth will spread wear evenly over the gear, so a damaged tooth on a gear does not mean that such a shutter error would occur every second or every regular or even regularity. camera film is not tensioned tightly inside a moving camera as it would break easily, so the problem could be quite intermittent. It might only occur when the film tension is above or below a certain threshold or under a variety of other conditions. Without knowing which exact film camera she is using, I can't make more specific guesses, but if you ever looked at a clockwork mechanism, or even the old film wind-in camera, you can get the idea of what I'm referring to. So he's saying that even the wind-up cameras can suffer from this. Okay. I think he's on the right track here. We're always on the right track as well. And I think also he's forgotten here that by stalling some of the electronics with high static could be another possibility. Especially if you've got some sort of device in your hand that you snuck out your pocket, right? Check the link as he has some photos and other illustrations there. We had a look at the top one. If all the cameras are doing it, my first guess would be she's popping the battery compartment open to stop the film. Okay, this is where my idea comes in a bit better. But I suppose there is a latch where you can latch it and doesn't make contact. But I don't believe she was doing that, because I was watching. But who knows? And make a time exposure, then pop the battery. So she could do that too. She could pop it indefinitely and wiggle it around and do all sorts of strange things when people are not watching, and then send it to them and say, I filmed this or whatever. But they are obviously time exposures, whether due to batteries being disconnected or camera jamming or some other cause, which is where my idea comes in. I have made enough time exposures myself to recognize the effect as the guy who made the post. I don't know why everyone who has ever made a handheld time exposure wouldn't see the same thing. It's bingo. Unless you're a shill. That's well and good when you're talking about 1 sense of ISAC material. Yeah, well, she did photos with reflections. Delay exposure, but delaying or jamming a single frame in question, then overexposing it to that degree. Why no bleed over to any other films? Well, you don't get bleed over. That's why. I think that's answered further down. There is it. Single frame bleed over. Yep. Well, if she's popping the batteries, that will stop the film. The shutter is closed between frames, so she will get exposure when the shutter is open, or have some sort of cover on the lens, right? And the frame is still lined up. Instead of asking why wouldn't there be any bleed over, we could ask why would there be bleed over. Exactly. If the film is stopped for whatever reason, camera defect, batteries removed, static, blah blah blah, it won't bleed over. This to me, what's this another one? What is the motive? Okay. What is her motive? Attention seeking. A lot of people do it in ufology. This to me is quite clear in the movie. She says that people thought she was crazy. So my interpretation of her motive from the statement is to prove to people that she's not crazy by giving them evidence. Even if she has to manufacture it, none of us likes to be marginalized or have other people think we're crazy. So I would consider that pretty strong motivation to try to come up with some proof that we're not crazy or alone. Good luck getting her on your show. That would be an interesting interview. Yeah, I don't think that happened. Why would there be bleed over? With that kind of exposure on adjacent largely black frames, there'll be there'll be bleed or some hint of massive overexposure, even if the light is being transferred through brightness through a emulsion or cell material. As far as motive, I think people thought I was crazy, thinking a pretty weak argument. So this is obviously someone that's like a GUFON that's trying to defend her. I can see some data, but decades of it. So he's only making assumptions here. So we just had a camera expert saying it can be done, and he's got some examples. And here we got some guy trying to defend it, that it would be bleed over on the other frames, which is not true. Again, it's just nonsense. These people that are debating that. Her motives is attention seeking. End of story. If you know that woman is holding the camera by hand and you are supposing that she is popping the batteries to stop the film, well, she might do some of it, you cannot expect that there would be uniform artifacts in the film. Nobody has that steady hand to produce similar defects time and time again. What the hell is that guy on about? And that's just absolutely nonsense. We just saw an example with a digital camera. It's going to be exactly the same on a negative camera too. Okay, so let's just bring up something here. Streaks on Super 8 lights. Let's see what comes up. Okay, images. Bingo. Yeah. Let's see. Is that Super 8? No. But there's lots of examples here. Street lamps. Right, so that's what's come up. So Super 8. So yeah, it's talking about these holes. Remember that expert was saying it's got holes down one side to help it feed the film through. 8mm can have bigger holes. So I guess that's why it's called Super 8. It's got a Wikipedia on it. So we don't want to go into that. Test your vintage Super 8 camera. So let's try Super 8 artifacts. See if that comes up with anything. Okay, so what do we got here? Stupid moving. In fact, I didn't know there was a movie called Super 8. What is it? Where is the movie again? That's the only poster we got. What is it about? Steven Spielberg, is it? Tour of Super 8's pop culture. Okay. We're after film. I suppose we got put film in. Oh, still, a movie could be classed as film, couldn't it? Maybe we have to put negative in. Okay, so have we got any ones with bleed? Oh, here we go, is it? Super 8 film grain. Well, it looks very much like the colour washout that she was getting. Super 8mm. Look at this bleed through here. Lines. But yeah, what light? Yeah, it's very hard finding stuff, isn't it? It's an old camera. Here we go. Is that one of them? Certainly got after Super 8 night before. What's that mean? Some software to fabricate it. Okay. Fabricate Super 8 artifacts. What's that one got there? Static going to his neck. Is it? don't know. Could be a cable. But anyway, we didn't find anything, damn it. Anyway. You're right. Actually, the streaks are a result of not having a steady hand. That's why the camera repair hobbits who said how he knows this camera defect can occur suggested that she use a tripod when filming. Yes! Did they do that when all those experts went up there? Could she reproduce the same effect? No. She had to do it her way, and everybody had to be silent in case it gave away clues. And see if the streaks are still there. A tripod would eliminate the problem of it not having a steady hand. And also not touching it and sapping it with static. Anyway, I'll post a link to that so you can have a read of it yourself if you want to. But there's always going to be defenders of it, you know, all the Greer supporters out there, light beings. Above top secret, Dorothy. I'll just put ISAC actually. Oh, what's the time? I got to. Oh, it's dinner time here. I got to go. It's another long day, isn't it? When did I start? Just before 2, so 4 hours. I must be coming up to. Man, I'm lazy. I'm so lazy. I spend all this time here talking this shit every day. Well, not every day. I do. Yeah, GUFON says he's got to do a show every day. You don't have to. You've got to spend the time to do research and proper analysis, at least to try and get a show sort of flowing correctly. And that's why I create tabs, right? Sort of build it up. Gabba, how long have you been recording your Sky watching? Okay, you guys having a good old chat on the side. Are you chatting what we're showing though? Where you look at it now? What footage are we talking about? No, I don't look at stuff that's not in today's topic unless it's open lines. But yeah, get on to the UFO group and we'll certainly have a look at it. That's what I said, motion blur. Take a picture of my phone on a steering wheel right now and I have the same effect. There you go, Satans. Gabba TV having a good laugh. People take this stuff personally and get upset. Correct, they do, Blue Chicken, you're right, bang on. Probably safe to say it's mostly for entertainment purposes. Yeah, but I class my one as educational purposes, right? Because that's what we do here. I used to call it science and technology, but I've gradually moved over to education because I've been doing live debunks mostly, right? Then personally, clash and drama takes over. Yeah, I think it's more that frauds attack back because you're affecting their bottom line, right? They're gradually losing people and people are then sharing it and it's getting, you know, when you've got 1,000 videos up like I almost have. Actually, I'm actually probably about 6 away from 900. But, yeah, I have to do my birthday cake thing for that, I suppose. Gabba, how long have you been doing it? 2 years next month. Yeah, cool. I've only really started looking at the video analysis side for 7 years back now. It's amazing how time flies. And it started with me filming my own UFO outside and debunking it, right? And I thought, oh, I'll just share that online. But also, I had to expose Secureteam fakes that not many people has paid attention to, sadly. But that's the way it goes in ufology, as you say. The cult mentality, young mind mentality, don't trust anyone that's over 50 mentality. I don't trust my dad. Dear. He tells me what to do. 2 degrees Celsius, fingers go numb. Oh, yeah. You don't get 2 degrees, -2, is it, in Australia? Surely not. After 10 minutes, have to go inside to thaw my fingers. and a heater and go back. I always got cold when it was below 23 Celsius, mate. Mind you, I'm coming back to New Zealand from Brisbane. It was a bit of a shock to the system. When I went there, it was like going to the Sahara Desert, and I originally got used to it. Yeah, the wind chill is what gets you, I find, in New Zealand. The wind chill. It might be nice without the wind, and once you get the wind chill, it can drop quite rapidly. Good stuff. Anyway, I think we're sort of wrapped up here, aren't we? And I've got to dash off now. But yeah, thanks for listening and interacting on the side chat, people, and getting rid of the trolls. Why I get trolls and no one else does, I don't know. But yeah, do I hate people? No, I don't hate people, and I'm quite open for them to have a civil discussion on my channel, but that generally doesn't happen. And as you know, a lot of people make excuses for not coming on, or they say they come on and don't show up, and that sort of stuff, right? Okay, I gotta go, guys. So you can carry on your chat and Discord, used to, or on it at least. And I got dashed to the toilet again. That's what happens when you take juice. Good night, all. So, yeah, obviously this topic will probably be brung up time and time again. Stuff recycles. And, it's never ending. That's UFO field for you. But we do what we do, and we're trying to get rid of the noise and narrow down onto the real things. That's what my channel's about. It's not about mocking people. It's about exposing the frauds and the liars and getting to the hard truth. I probably should close those tabs later, but I'll close that down for now. And thanks for helping out with the trolls, Blue Chicken. Haven't played your little video clip lately, have I? Either. Oops. I didn't get back in time.